Welcome, Andy Lingmut, sir. Unmute.
Sir, a small request to all past chairmen. I request you to kindly speak for 2-3 minutes as you wish, and kindly highlight the Golden Jubilee and also coming conference. So, Ramana Gartho start chedamu because he's first logged in this one. So now I request Ramana Garu to give away your message towards the on the eve of Golden Jubilee. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, friends. I'm very happy to participate in this Golden Jubilee virtual meeting of our Vijayawada branch. Dear friends, yesterday one of our member expressed this branch is very rich branch in southern region of ICA. Dear members, we need to know we are elected as committee members. When we are elected as the committee members of our Vijayawada branch, our branch is running under losses. During my chairmanship, I have visited Hyderabad branch and came to know that they are earning income of 4 lakhs in 2099 like that. Then immediately we ascertained the reasons how they are getting the income, and we came to know that they are selling obligations of ICA and getting the commission at the rate of 20%. So like that, immediately we started selling the publications of ICA at our branch. And as you are all aware, our Vijayawada is such a place with a large student base. So our branch earned a good amount of income in subsequent years. That is the first initiation we did. And then from the day onwards, branch is earning a very good income and sufficient income for all the needs. And further, our branch was formed in during the year 1991. For the first time since formation of our branch, we got one first commendation award as best branch and best branch of SICASA both from SARC during my tenure as chairman. During our tenure, there is only one lady employee and there is no telephone connection also with in our ICI. Initially, we used Sri Gaddam Sachinarayana Garu telephone connection as our branch for branch communication purposes. From this stage, with the help of our members, with the help of our past chairmen, and we achieved the best branch commendation award of SARC, received from the then Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, Sri M.S. Ramamohan Rao. I thank all the members who have contributed for the success in my tenure for achieving this award. All the committee members work like anything. We used to sit in all the counters of Vijayawada, our branch, and sell exam applications at the counters of our Vijayawada branch for students who are appearing for exams. Like that, we worked together and we achieved this success. And further, I congratulate the GSR team for their best efforts they made for conducting the number of meetings and they are elevating the members to such a stage during this COVID pandemic conditions. I thank all the committee members once again for doing this the best to our branch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Really great. For the first time that we have received the award, Best Commendable Award from the Institute during your tenure. Really great, sir. And you are the main pillar behind the Institute who have made our branch into the profit era also. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the same. And now I request my guru. Actually, when I joined Brahma and Company, Sachinamurthy Garu and Rajeshwar Garu just passed out. So I treat him as my guru. I request my guru to speak on this auspicious occasion. Sir, unmute yourself and kindly go ahead. Sir, it is not audible, sir. It is not audible, sir. Kindly check. Sir, it's not audible. Kindly, that is mute button is there now, sir, on the left-hand side. You just check the plus sign and test speaker and microphone. You just try it first, sir. Yeah, now it is good, sir. I think whether it is yours or not, I don't know. No, sir, it's not coming. I think you have to increase the volume or something like that. Sir, Matlan, sir.
I am hearing your voice.
No, it's okay, sir. Now it is okay, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Right. Good evening, friends. Great occasion to wish each other for the grand celebrations we have now going through. The Golden Jubilee is a very remarkable event. My tenure was during 1996, 97, or 97, 98. It is 97, 98. It is almost 25 years back. But we have our strength is we held the fort, continued the branch independence, and we tried to organize seminars to pool up resources. And as Ravana is telling, at the time, the examination applications are given free of cost. Just like that, they were distributed to the students. So each student used to take one to five applications and used to spoil them. So the institute has made a charge for it, and later on they have put a price. And then, as Ramana is saying, there was sale of applications, and then there was sale of publications, and the income was generated. And in my tenure, there was only one part-time clerk, and there was not much work. And the members were also picked; they are not elected. There was no competition at all at the time. And I vividly remember on August 15th, we purchased half kg sweets, but we could not use them at all. Hardly myself and Murali Krishna were present on August 15th occasion. And at the time, we were holding seminars only to collect a surplus money for the branch. We used to call Manoharan, Bhupati sir, and then Purushottam Garu, who are crowd pullers, and there was no requirement of CPE credits and all that. So we used to call them, and we used to put a fee for the seminars, and there was little surplus, so that which we used to run the show. As I said, we used to hold the fort. We were not comfortable, but we are independent. But a long time, that there is a long time. Now everything is good, and we are having CPE credits, and there is a requirement of every member to participate in the seminars and attend and pay and attend. So it's a great thing, and definitely for the last 10 years or so, the committee is working very hard. Each successive chairman have been putting a lot of efforts. Now almost it's a full-time effort. At the time, we were not having that sparing of that much of time. There's a requirement is also not there. So I congratulate the present committee members for their good efforts in tackling the situation to a comfort level of making all the members updating their knowledge. And I wish and pray the goddess of God of this area to give her and his choicest blessings on the present committee and even future committees also, for good health and cheer to take the branch to higher levels. And as members, we have our commitment to be with you in all your good endeavors. Thank you for giving the opportunity.
జిఎస్ఆర్ గారు అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకుని మాట్లాడండి. జిఎస్ఆర్ గారు.
Sorry, Gangadhar. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Rajeshwar Garu, for your kind words. And now it is Gangadhar Garu. Please go ahead for your message. Thank you.
Sir, వినపడుతుందండి?
పర్వాలేదు.
హలో.
అంటే మీ టేక్ అవుతుంది కాబట్టి కొంచెం వాయిస్ డిస్టర్బెన్స్ వస్తుంది. అది ఎక్కడైనా కొంచెం చేసుకుని మాట్లాడండి.
ఏం సార్?
అంటే మీ చెయ్యి కదులుతుంది కదా, అందుకని చెప్పేసి నా మైక్రోఫోన్ దగ్గర వాయిస్ వస్తుంది. ఇప్పుడు మామూలుగా మాట్లాడండి.
ఓకే ఓకే సార్.
అయ్యా, గో అహెడ్ గుడ్.
రైట్ సార్. సభ్యులందరికీ నమస్కారం. అందరు ఇంగ్లీష్ లో మాట్లాడాలని నేను తెలుగులో మాట్లాడతానండి. మనదైన భాష కాబట్టి తెలుగులో మాట్లాడదాం అనుకుంటున్నాను. ముందుగా మన విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ ఆఫ్ ఎస్సీఆర్సీఎఫ్ ఐసిఏఐ 50 సంవత్సరంలో అడుగుబడి గోల్డెన్ జూబ్లీ సెలబ్రేషన్స్ జరుపుకుంటున్నందుకు చాలా ఆనందంగా ఉంది. ఈ సందర్భంగా మన సభ్యులందరికీ కూడా శుభాకాంక్షలు తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాను. మరి ఇటువంటి చక్కటి కార్యక్రమాలు నిర్వహిస్తున్నటువంటి మన మేనేజింగ్ కమిటీ సభ్యులందరికీ కూడా అభినందనలు, శుభాకాంక్షలు తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాను. ఇవాళ మన విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ ఇంత అత్యున్నత స్థాయికి చేరిందంటే దీని వెనుక ఎంతో మంది మహనీయుల కృషి ఉంది. ముఖ్యంగా మన పాస్ట్ చైర్మన్లు సుబ్బారావు గారు కానీ, ఖమ్మంపాటి సుబ్బారావు గారు కానీ, దశగుడి సూర్యమూర్తి గారు కానీ, ఉమామహేశ్వరరావు గారు, ఇలా ఎంతో మంది మహానుభావులు ఆ టైంలో ఇనిషియల్ స్టేజ్ లో కృషి చేసి మన బ్రాంచ్ ని ఉన్నత స్థాయికి తీసుకురావడానికి కృషి చేయడం వల్లే ఈరోజు మనం ఈ స్థాయికి చేరామని చెప్పచ్చు. అలానే మన పాలడు లక్ష్మణరావు గారు, వీరందరూ కూడా ఎంతో మంది కృషి చేసి మరి పగలనక రాత్రి ఈ విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ ఈ స్థాయికి తీసుకురావడానికి కృషి చేశారు. కాబట్టి వాళ్ళు ఆ స్థాయికి తెచ్చిన తర్వాత మేము చైర్మన్ గా రావడం జరిగింది. ఇందాక రాజేశ్వర్ గారు చెప్పారు మేమందరూ కూడా సెలెక్టెడ్ అంటే అది. కానీ నా విషయానికి వస్తే 98-99లో నాకు తెలిసినందుకు ఫస్ట్ టైం విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ కి ఎలక్షన్స్ జరిగింది. ఆ ఎలక్షన్స్ లో నేను చైర్మన్ గా ఎలక్ట్ కాబడ్డాను. ఇంకో విషయం ఏంటంటే 98-99 సంవత్సరం మన ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఆఫ్ చార్టెడ్ అకౌంటెంట్స్ కూడా గోల్డెన్ జూబ్లీ సెలబ్రేషన్స్ బిగినింగ్ సంవత్సరం అయింది. ఆ సందర్భంగా ఈ గోల్డెన్ జూబ్లీ సెలబ్రేషన్స్ మన విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ కూడా నిర్వహించుకుంది. దాంట్లో మన ఆర్బీఐ డిప్యూటీ గవర్నర్ గారు, అలానే ఆంధ్ర బ్యాంక్ చైర్మన్ ముఖ్య అతిథులుగా చేయడం జరిగింది. అదే కాకుండా ఆ సంవత్సరం అప్పుడు రాహుల్ రాయ్ గారు కూడా ఇచ్చేసి మన బ్రాంచ్ ని నిర్వహించడం జరిగింది. ఇందాక రాజేశ్వర్ గారు చెప్పారు కేవలం మేము మీటింగ్లు పెట్టడానికి ఫండ్ రైజింగ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ కోసం చేసామన్నది. మరి నా సంస్థలోనే ఈ సిపి క్రెడిట్ కంపల్సరీ చేయటం వల్ల మెంబర్షిప్ ఈ విధంగా సిపి సెమినార్ కి రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ఫీజు తీసుకొని బ్రాంచ్ ని సెల్ఫ్ సఫిషియెంట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. అలానే రాజేశ్వర్ గారు న్యూస్ లెటర్ తీసుకొచ్చారు. ఆ న్యూస్ లెటర్ ని 12 నెలలు తీసుకురావాలనే సదుద్దేశంతో ఆ సంవత్సరం 12 నెలలు కూడా న్యూస్ లెటర్ మన విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ న్యూస్ లెటర్ తీసుకురావడం జరిగింది. అలానే మన సిఏ సెలబ్రేషన్స్ కూడా ఒక విధంగా అప్పటి నుంచే మనం కొంచెం రెగ్యులర్ గా స్టార్ట్ చేసామని చెప్పచ్చు. ఈ విధంగా 98-99లో మా చైర్మన్ గా ఉండి ఆల్మోస్ట్ ప్రతి నెల కూడా ఒక సిపిఎన్ 15 రోజులకి ఒక మీటింగ్ కండక్ట్ చేయడం కూడా జరిగింది. ఈ విధంగా బ్రాంచ్ ని నా స్థితి వరకు నా కమిటీ మెంబర్స్ ఒక సహాయ సహకారాలతో మరి సక్సెస్ఫుల్ గా కండక్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. ఆ సంవత్సరం నాకు సహాయ సహకారాలు అందించినటువంటి మా మేనేజ్మెంట్ కమిటీ వారికి, మరి అప్పుడు నాకు ఎక్స్ అఫిషియో మెంబర్ గా ఉన్నటువంటి జె వెంకటేశ్వర్లు గారు హైదరాబాద్ వారికి, అలానే మా పెద్దన్నయ్యగా చెప్పదగ్గున మురళీకృష్ణ గారు కానీ, జీవి సత్యనారాయణ గారు కానీ, వీరందరూ కూడా కృషి వల్లనే ఆ సంవత్సరం మేము సక్సెస్ఫుల్ గా నిర్వహించడం జరిగింది. తర్వాత మరి రేపు వచ్చే నెలలో మన నేషనల్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ కూడా మన విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ కండక్ట్ చేస్తా ఉంది. కాబట్టి మన సభ్యులందరినీ కోరేది ఏంటంటే అందరూ మన విజయవాడ సభ్యులే కాకుండా ఇండియాలో ఉన్న సభ్యులు, అవుట్ సైడ్ ఇండియాలో ఉన్న సభ్యులందరూ కూడా ఎక్కువ సంఖ్యలో రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ చేయించుకొని ఆ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ ని సక్సెస్ చేయవలసిందిగా కోరుతున్నాను. మరి ఈ సంవత్సరం అనేక మంచి కార్యక్రమాలు నిర్వహిస్తున్నటువంటి మేనేజింగ్ కమిటీకి అభినందనలు మరొకసారి తెలియజేసుకుంటూ సెలవు తీసుకుంటున్నాను. నమస్తే.
Thank you, Gangadhar Garu. Thank you very much. Involving the family in CA profession, mainly because of, I think, మీ టైం నుంచే స్టార్ట్ అయిందని నేను అనుకుంటున్నాను. ఎందుకంటే CA డేలో జస్ట్ అంత్యాక్షరి పెట్టడం కానీ, హౌస్ పెట్టడం కానీ అట్లాంటిది కూడా అమనా ఎస్టేట్లో మీరు చేయటం చాలా గుర్తుండింది. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. నౌ ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ వన్ మోర్ చైర్మన్ లింగమూర్తి గారు ఒక్కసారి. లింగమూర్తి గారు ఉన్నారా సార్? ఇందాక కనిపించారు. ఉన్నారు సార్. సార్ ఒకసారి వీడియో ఆన్ చేసుకోండి సార్ లింగమూర్తి గారు. ఒకసారి మీరు వీడియో ఆన్ చేసుకుంటే నౌ ఇట్ ఈస్ స్పాట్లైట్ పెట్టి. సార్ లింగమూర్తి గారు, సార్ ఓవర్ టు యూ సార్. యువర్ మెసేజ్ ఫర్ ది గోల్డెన్ జూబ్లీ సెలబ్రేషన్స్ and ongoing conference of the Vijayawada branch Swarnodaya.
So I congratulate the branch for completing 50 years or entering into 50th year, and it is a great opportunity for me to speak to the members through this mode, so which we never anticipated some 10-15 years back. Because of Corona, now the technology has improved and we are started using the technology to the full extent. I congratulate chairman who is taking full use of the technology which is available up to date, and he is I think he is the foremost, he is the front runner for the institute branches in conducting the programs. I congratulate him, and we are all with the chairman, and we support the chairman. And regarding the conference which is scheduled in September, this is an all India conference, and I request everybody to propagate all your friends and known mode of communication to all the other branches also, and see that a large number of people attend. So normally when we attend a physical conference, what happens is any person who is coming from outside, he has to spend a lot of amount in the form of traveling as well as hotel stay, and he has to be out of his office for that 2 days or 3 days including traveling. Now this mode of conference, which is very much advantageous to all the members, so that the cost of traveling as well as stay and the time also is saved a lot. Though September is a bit busy for finalization of company audits, but still you can stay at your office and participate in the conference. There's a very much advantageous one. And previously when we had to physically meet all persons, now that is not necessary, and there is a cost effectiveness as well as a time saving mode of conference. Thank you, Chairman Garu, for giving me an opportunity to speak to our members. Thank you.
Thank you, Lingamurthy Garu. Thank you very much. Really, the hectic work is on because you are the front runner in the new premises. After completion of the premises, you are the first person.
Nothing, sir. All members have contributed to their best extent to see that the branch is there. అక్కడ ఉన్నట్టు జీవి సత్యనారాయణ గారు కానీ మా కమిటీ మెంబర్స్ కానీ మేము వాట్ ఎవర్ మాకేంటంటే ఎప్పుడు కూడా మా కమిటీస్ లో వి నెవర్ టుక్ ఇట్ టు హార్ట్ టు ఎనీథింగ్. ఎవ్రీథింగ్ వాజ్ ఇష్యూ బేస్డ్ ఓన్లీ. అక్కడికక్కడ మేము అనుకున్నా సరే అవుట్ ఆఫ్ బోర్డ్ రూమ్ వచ్చిన తర్వాత అన్ని మర్చిపోయి అందరూ చట్టపాటాలు వేసుకుని తిరుగుతూ ఉండేవాళ్ళు అందరూ. ఇప్పటికి కూడా మేము అలాగే ఉంటాం. అందుకని మీ పాస్ట్ చైర్మన్ గ్రూప్ చూస్తే ఎంత యాక్టివ్ గా ఉంటారో మీరు చూడొచ్చు దాంట్లోనే.
Thank you very much. Chaudhary garu.
Yeah, thank you.
Chaudhary garu,
Yeah,
on the eve
Srinivas.
of Golden Jubilee, please your message. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Srinivas. Thank you to the managing committee for giving me this opportunity. On the occasion of the Golden Jubilee of Vijayawada branch of
చౌదరి గారు
SIRC.
ఏమనుకోకపోతే అది ఓపెన్ అవుతుంది సార్, అంటే వీడియో అంటే కొంచెం స్టేబుల్ గా పెట్టరా, ఏదన్నా ఒక స్టాండ్ లాగా కానీ,
Yeah.
ఏదన్నా ఒక పేపర్ మీద కానీ ఒక బుక్ మీద కానీ. యా, నౌ ఇట్స్ గుడ్ సార్.
On the occasion of Golden Jubilee celebrations of Vijayawada branch of SIRC, I wish all the members a happy Golden Jubilee year ahead. Coming to the branch activities as it is, I was really fortunate to be the chairman of the branch during the year 2003-4. In which year we could do something to the branch, and we have we thought we have enriched the knowledge of the members of the branch. During that year, for the first time, the branch has published a technical book on VAT audit. That was the first year VAT audit was imposed, and we were proud to publish that book. And none of the branches nor the regional councils or the institute has published such a book on that subject. And in that year, we have changed the newsletter into a magazine, which was called as Vijay Anveshak, and which was most of the central council members and regional council members, they liked, and they personally called me and congratulated me for publishing such a beautiful magazine. And maybe some of you might still remember the magazine. And also I would like to pay respectable homage to the past chairman who are not with us today in this Golden Jubilee occasion, such as Sri K.V. Subbarao garu, N. Sriram Murthy garu, D.S.N. Murthy garu, M. Brahmai garu, and P.L.N. Prasad garu. I wish to pay respectable homage to all these great professionals. And I once again thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Srinivas.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now it's time for the SP Jain garu. Jain sir. Yeah, sir, your message on the eve of Golden Jubilee, sir. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
అందరికీ నమస్కారములు. It's my immense pleasure to congratulate the managing committee on the occasion of Vijayawada branch entering Golden Jubilee celebrations. 50 years are not a small period. Young have become old, and old have retired. Those were the days when the branch used to function in Brahma and Company office premises. And now, today, the branch has a huge building with latest infrastructure with manifold activities. Huge strength of membership and also students. I hereby admire, appreciate, and recognize the efforts made by all the past presidents and the team of office bearers. On this occasion of entering into Golden Jubilee celebrations, I wish that before Platinum Jubilee, let us send our member to Central Council, and before Diamond Jubilee celebrations, let our branch member be Vice President and President of the Institute. I wish this managing committee and managing committees to come to work in this direction. I should also be happy to be associated with this branch in overall development. All the best and all the best again. Thank you once for all. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Jain sir. Superb. Really a great thought. One of the members as a CCM from our Vijayawada. Really, everyone has to work for the same. I request Sudhir Pramod garu, మీ ఒకసారి మీ వీడియో ఒకసారి ఆన్ చేసుకోండి సార్. ప్రమోద్ గారు. ప్రమోద్ గారు ఉన్నారా సార్? ఒకసారి మీ వీడియో ఆన్ చేసుకుంటే ఒకసారి స్పాట్ లైట్ లో పెట్టడం కుదురుతుంది.
జిఎస్ఆర్ గారు, దుర్గా ప్రసాద్ గారు, అమర్ సుధీర్ గారు ఉన్నారు.
ఓకే, అమర్ సుధీర్ గారు అంటే వాళ్ళ అబ్బాయి ఉండి ఉంటారు. ఒకసారి కనుక్కుందాం. ఒకసారి ఆయన ఆన్ చేస్తానన్నారు. దుర్గా ప్రసాద్
గారు ఉన్నారు.
సార్, ఓవర్ టు యూ, ద చీఫ్ ఆర్కిటెక్ట్ ఆఫ్ అవర్ బిల్డింగ్, our branch building.
Good evening, dear members and students who are there in this meeting.
No students, sir.
Only members, na? Okay.
Yes.
First of all, let me heartily congratulate all the members on the occasion of this Golden Jubilee of our Vijayawada, prestigious, I would say, Vijayawada branch. I know the efforts the past chairmen have put in all through these years, right from my late father Sunan Murthy garu and other members who have done they have done hard work to see that the branch is in a very excellent position. So we should recognize those past chairmen beforehand, and it has been a very eventful year during my chairmanship. Actually, the time allotted to me would not be sufficient, but I would like to give one or two issues or some good memories. First thing is, for the first time in the institute history, our president has convened a meeting of all branch managing committee members at Haridwar. That was the only time it happened. So all over the country, we all went to Haridwar at Patanjali Yogpit, and we had deliberations for 3 days. All the managing committee members of all the branches, they were there at the meeting. It was a wonderful experience, and at that point of time, our president was giving more impetus on the infrastructure. So we thought it would be better, at least now, since the branch was becoming, the space was becoming a shortage. So we thought we should go for a new premises, and we went for it. That was the beginning point. Second thing was, in that year only, we had to start that orientation program for the students. Really, it was a hectic job for us because there were a number of students and there was no place. So we had to run to all the hotels and other places to search for the place where we could conduct this orientation program. So that was a memorable experience, because running to all hotels, booking them, and convening and fixing appointment with the faculty and all the things, we had a very tough time, and we could properly implement it. And as you know, during my chairmanship, we could take up that building project. It was a hell of a job. We could do it. We could start the work in the month of May, identifying the building, and we could inaugurate the total building, at least 90% or 95% of the building in the month of January 25th, if I remember. So we had a hell of a time, and those are all memorable moments. And I can speak and speak and speak and speak how much time I want, but since the time is short, so I just wanted to share a few moments. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I also congratulate the managing committee during this COVID times. They are doing an excellent job, and also request all the members here to register for the national conference and make it a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Durga Prasad garu.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Prasad garu. Pramod garu unnara, sir?
Pramod garu, Sudhir garu, they have logged in, but
అంటే కొంచెం లేట్ గా వస్తానని చెప్పారండి, లాగ్ అయ్యి ఉంటానన్నారు. ఓకే.
అమర్ సుధీర్ లాగిన్ అయితే ఉన్నారు అమర్ సుధీర్ గారు, ప్రమోద్ గారు.
అవునవును ఉన్నారు. బట్ ఇంకా వేరే చైర్మన్స్ ఎవరైనా ఉన్నారా ఒకసారి?
వాళ్ళిద్దరే సార్ ఉన్నది యాక్చువల్ గా ప్రస్తుతానికి.
సత్యనామూర్తి గారు నేను చెప్పేశారు, నాగవల్లి గారు నేను చెప్పేశారు. వాళ్ళ ఎలాగో ఉంది కాబట్టి యాక్చువల్గా మన జివివి సత్యనారాయణ గారు వచ్చారు. జివివి సత్యనారాయణ గారిని కూడా ఆయన ఇనిషియల్ గా వారి మెసేజ్ ఇవ్వాల్సిందిగా కోరుతున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ. కూర్చోండి.
Good evening, friends. Good evening, friends. I think my good wishes and congratulations to the branch, not only the current managing committee members of the branch and the earlier, right from the beginning of the managing committee members and every member of the institute who have made it possible to have a golden jubilee celebrations here in the very, very grand scale. And I really happy to be associated with this as a part of the golden jubilee program. And yesterday, whatever I wanted to say, I already said it. And I also echo the feelings of the past chairmen and also the members, senior members who are present and who are also not present. It is a very good occasion to celebrate. And the celebration it should be on a larger scale. I think it is a beginning, and I think the programs will continue for the entire year to come. I once again extend my hearty congratulations and also best wishes to every members of the branch who have made it possible to be like this. And thank you, friends, for an excellent opportunity given to me once again. I thank you once again to everyone. Oh, see, the time the chairman is especially asking me what are the important milestones or the activities which have been conducted in the chairmanship. Yesterday also I referred, Ailapuram is the beginning of the managing committee's program for the accounting standards full day seminar, and also it was a great occasion in the sense that earlier the SIRC programs or the institute programs once in a year, somewhere or the other, and if the chance comes to Vijayawada has got it only once. And then onwards, we thought very seriously that why don't we have a program of every year? It should be equal to or even little more than the programs of the institute, in the sense the central institute. Likewise, the tradition has been continued from then onwards. Every year we are having a very big program, meeting all the members and also having the program, having the speakers of a national repute, a very, very grand scale. It has been continued right through. And also we have got many programs. And also I still remember when I am going through the photographs and memories and whatever I have, then we had a very great occasion to have the deputy governor of RBI who was addressing our program, and also the earlier chairman of the Andhra Bank also they have addressed. And we have conducted a very, very unique program, irrespective of any chairman or anything. I thought whenever the Vijayawada branch is conducting a good program, and every one of us is there supporting and also encouraging the branch to have very good programs on a higher quality. And nowhere in the country a program about KS Iyer. KS Iyer is a don of our profession, who was a chartered accountant, who has got a special charter for, he was the first person who got recognized by the Queen of England that he should be a chartered accountant. He got the license from the England, and that 100 years of accounting profession in India, that was the program, and press conference was organized, and the Indian Express has given a very great coverage for the program, and 100 years of accounting profession in India, which has happened in Vijayawada. It is a very great occasion. We have got celebrated. It is a very enjoyable occasion for every one of us. In the sense, what I can say, the building, the initiation of the building, whatever is there in the Amana estate, it was started by the end of my career, my tenure as the chairman. It was laid down. It was the first of its kind. And along with us, the Vijayawada Taxation Bar Association also, it has got the building along with us, and we are using, and they are also using our premises. There is no difference between the tax bar and the building, though the building is demarcated for a formal purpose, but it is our own building and our own thing, which has been very, very regularly used. I think Vijayawada has got the very excellent history of having a family relationship among the professional members of chartered accountants. And also we have done the programs of investors awareness programs. It has started when I was in the council, when I was the chairman of the investors committee. We have conducted many programs, not only in Vijayawada, in other branches also we have conducted. Even we have conducted the programs not only the branches, and also the places like Tirupati and small places also we have conducted. And the people of a great importance about the stock markets, like one great person from Mr. Bhatt is from Kerala, and also the other people, they have made it very grand success. Likewise, I think I may not recollect each and every one I know the program, but anyhow we have done, and it is the best satisfaction of ourselves and also the best satisfaction of the members then and now also. And I really congratulate the branch for having been conducting the very excellent programs for the Golden Jubilee, and it will continue to have the programs in the relatively better way year after the year. The branch quality of the programs also, it is getting improved. I think the programs, it will go a long way, and let us see and support the branch for conducting the good programs. Thank you, friends. Thank you one and all for an excellent opportunity given to me. It is, even though it is again, I have got it, and I thank every one of you. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Satyanarayana Garu. Thank you very much. With the support, really, we have first got the real infrastructure for the Vijayawada branches in your tenure only. We got the Amana building, Amana estate flat. So from that time onwards, the activities of the branch are increased multifold, because we got a proper infrastructure, and we are able to do the programs very, very seriously, and we can, because we got that platform, we can able to excel in all the occasions. Now I request one more chairman, Amar Sudhir Garu, to deliver his message on the eve of Golden Jubilee. Sudhir Garu, it's over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, my tenure as chairman is done in the year 2007 and 8. Almost all the calendar events of the institute we have conducted, and at that time, with all the managing committee members' support, I have inaugurated the ITT center, first time in Vijayawada, and the center is well established, and before my tenure it was inaugurated also. First time all India level commendable performance award came when the Pramod is chairman and I am the secretary, and with the theme and how to get the all India level award, the guidelines of the Pramod and my chairmanship also, I got the all India level award. I think till to date our branch has received only these 2 awards from the Delhi. Thereafter, all the awards which are received by the branch belongs to SIRC only. And till to date, Delhi not awarded any branch award to our branch. And we have conducted major events, 2 days conferences, and invited the president of our institute to the conference, and conducted all the events, and 1-day seminars also in a huge way we have conducted. Even though the infrastructure is very low, we done our best to the branch, and we made the surplus at that time. Even 1 lakh, 2 lakhs, 3 lakh surplus is also very huge to the branch. So we closed the branch accounts also in good surplus manner, and thereafter with ITT and orientation, the profits are huge to the branch. And this brief, I am thanking you, all the members, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Amar Sudhir Garu, for putting our branch map in the ICA level. Thank you very much. And one more chairman who is also instrumental for the same. And Pramod Garu, it is over to you, sir.
విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ మెంబర్స్కి, మేనేజింగ్ కమిటీ మెంబర్స్కి ఈ 50 సంవత్సరాలైన సందర్భంగా ధన్యవాదాలు, శుభాకాంక్షలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. ఈరోజు విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్కి ఉన్న ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ కానీ, ఈరోజు కమిటీ కండక్ట్ చేస్తున్న ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ కానీ చాలా ఎక్సలెంట్గా ఉంటున్నాయి. ఇది ఇలా కంటిన్యూ అయ్యి విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ విజయం ఇలాగే బావుట ఎగరవేయాలని, అందరికీ సర్వీస్ అందజేయాలని, అలాగే జిఎస్ఆర్ మెంబర్స్, కమిటీ మెంబర్స్ అందరికీ 50వ సంవత్సరం మేనేజింగ్ కమిటీగా ఉండటం వాళ్ళకున్న ఒక మంచి అవకాశంగా భావిస్తున్నాను. అలాగే నా టెన్యూర్ 2005-6 సంవత్సరం. ఈ సంవత్సరం విషయం చెప్పాలి అంటే ఒక 1000 అడుగుల ప్రిమిసిస్లో మేము యాక్టివిటీస్ కండక్ట్ చేశాను. అవి ఒక విధమైన మంచి రోజులు మాకు ఒక విధంగా చెప్పాలంటే. అలాగే నా టైంలో అమరశివి నా సెక్రటరీ, ఒక విధంగా మేము మంచి ఫ్రెండ్స్. అదేవిధంగా మేము చైర్మన్ సెక్రటరీగా ఉండటం మాకు బాగా కలిసి వచ్చింది. ఆ సందర్భంలో మా ఎక్స్ అఫీషియల్గా జీవి సత్యనారాయణ గారు ఉన్నారు. ఆయన చక్కటి సహకారాలు అందించి టాప్ లెవెల్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ కండక్ట్ చేయడానికి మాకు బాగా సహకరించారు. అలాగే వ్యాట్ వచ్చిన మొదటి సంవత్సరం 2005-6 సంవత్సరం స్టేట్ ఫైనాన్స్ మినిస్టర్ని రోసీ గారిని తీసుకొచ్చి స్వర్ణ వేదికలో ఫస్ట్ టైం స్టేట్ లెవెల్ సెమినార్ కండక్ట్ చేసి అన్ని సిపిఈ బ్రాంచ్ల నుంచి కూడా సిపిఈ హెడ్స్ని పిలిచి సత్కరించే అవకాశం దొరికింది. అలాగే ఈ 2005-6 సంవత్సరంలో విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ మొదటిసారిగా జిఎంసిఎస్ క్లాసెస్ స్టూడెంట్స్ కోసం కండక్ట్ చేయగలిగింది. ఎందువల్లంటే ఆ రోజుల్లో స్టూడెంట్స్ వచ్చి మెంబర్స్ తప్ప స్టూడెంట్స్కి బ్రాంచ్ ఉందని తెలిసేది కాదు. మేము ఇలా స్టూడెంట్స్ని మనం బ్రాంచ్ ఎలా ఉపయోగించాలని కమిటీ మేము ఆలోచిస్తుంటూ జిఎంసిఎస్ ఒక ఆలోచన రావడంతో మొదటిసారిగా జిఎంసిఎస్ క్లాసులు విజయవాడలో కండక్ట్ చేసే అవకాశాన్ని మేము వినియోగించుకున్నాము. అలాగే ఇదే సంవత్సరం మేము విజయవాడ మెంబర్స్ డైరెక్టరీ ఒకటి రిలీజ్ చేయగలిగాము విత్ ఫోటోగ్రాఫ్స్ అండ్ దేర్ పర్సనల్ డీటెయిల్స్. అలాగే ఇదే సంవత్సరంలో మేము ఈ న్యూస్ లెటర్ ఒకటి సర్క్యులేట్ చేశాము. ఇదంతా ఏంటంటే మా కమిటీ సహకారంతో, అలాగే మా సెక్రటరీ గారి కోఆపరేషన్తో బాగా చేయగలిగాము. అలాగే ఇదే సంవత్సరం అది దైవానుగ్రహంతో మాకు 2005-6 సంవత్సరానికి నేషనల్ లెవెల్లో హైలీ కమాండెడ్ సర్టిఫికేట్ కూడా వచ్చింది. దాంతోపాటు మనం చాలా ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ అంటే కండక్ట్ చేసిన ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ అన్నింటినీ కూడా ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ దాన్ని కన్సిడర్ చేసి మాకు బెస్ట్ బ్రాంచ్ అవార్డు ఇచ్చింది. ఇది నా లైఫ్ టైంలో ఒక సదవకాశంగా నేను భావిస్తున్నాను. అలాగే ఈ సంవత్సరం జిఎస్ఆర్ గారు కండక్ట్ చేసే ప్రోగ్రామ్స్లో నేషనల్ లెవెల్లో బెస్ట్ బ్రాంచ్కి రావాలన్న ఆకాంక్ష, అది దేవుడు సహకరించి అలా చేస్తాడని కూడా అనుకుంటున్నాను. ఎందుకంటే చాలామంది మెంబర్స్ దానికి మన లాగిన్ అయిన వాళ్ళందరూ చెప్తున్నారు విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ రిమార్కబుల్గా చేస్తుందని. ఇదే విధంగా నేషనల్ లెవెల్లో బెస్ట్ బ్రాంచ్ వచ్చి మా ల్యాండ్ మార్క్స్ అన్నింటినీ మీరు చెప్పేసి ఇంకా ముందుకెళ్లాలని ఆశిస్తూ సెలవు తీసుకుంటున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Pramod Garu, for placing our branch in the ICA level one more time. And now, any other chairman to be? Kalpana.
జిఎస్ఆర్ గారు
సార్ చెప్పండి సార్.
ఇంకా రావాల్సిన పాస్ట్ చైర్మన్స్ మాట్లాడాల్సిన వాళ్ళు ఇంకా కొంతమంది ఉన్నారు సార్. మేబీ కాల్ చేస్తే పోతుందా వాళ్ళకి? వీ హావ్ స్టిల్ సమ్ 15 minutes టైం.
అవును సార్, అది నేను కాల్ చేస్తున్నానండి వరుసగా అందరినీ. చౌదరి మన నాయుడు గారు, అగ్నిహోత్రం శ్రీనివాస్ గారు, శివకుమార్ గారు వస్తానన్నారు. బట్ ఐ డోంట్ నో హౌ దే ఆర్ నాట్ లాగ్డ్ ఇన్. పని చేద్దాం.
ఈ లోపల సమ్ అదర్ సీనియర్ మెంబర్స్ ఆర్ యంగ్ మెంబర్స్
మాట్లాడించండి సార్. నేను ఈ లోపల ఒకసారి ఐ విల్ బి ఇన్ టచ్ విత్ దెం.
So any of the senior members first, if you would like to volunteer and say a few words about the 50 years of journey of the branch, you may please. Or any of the young members. We will start with senior members, then we will go to the young members. Tammana Srinivas garu. ఒక 4 మాటలు మాట్లాడండి సార్ on the occasion of this golden jubilee.
నేనేం మాట్లాడగలను సార్?
Something at least you wish the members, sir.
Okay అండి. My dear friends, on the occasion of golden jubilee of our Vijayawada branch, I'm happy to participate and meet all of you, even in this COVID times. I wish that the branch should continue to do more activities and excel and become the first branch and should get first place in all the activities. And I wish the committee members and all the best, and our support and my support will always be there to the branch in all the activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Srinivas garu. Some women voices. Can we hear some women voices? Lakshmi Vachal garu, మీరు ఉన్నట్టున్నారు.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please say a few words.
నేనేం చెప్తాను?
Something. ఏదో చెప్పండి మేడం.
First of all, Vijayawada branch, all past chairmen and present chairmen, అందరికి కూడా congratulations, sir. Main, it was like ఈ పాండమిక్ సిచ్యువేషన్ లో కూడా ఈ గోల్డెన్ జూబ్లీ సెలబ్రేషన్స్ అని ఇవంతా కూడా చాలా యాక్టివ్ గా పార్టిసిపేట్ చేస్తున్నారు. సో దట్ వాజ్ వెరీ ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ అన్నమాట. సో ఇలానే కంటిన్యూ చేయాలని, మెనీ మోర్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ చేయాలని, అండ్ మోర్ ఓవర్ జిఎస్టీ వచ్చినప్పుడు దే హ్యావ్ గివెన్ ఎ గ్రేట్ సపోర్ట్ టు ఆల్ ద సిఏ మెంబర్స్. ఎందుకంటే జిఎస్టీ వచ్చేటప్పటికి అందరికి గ్రీక్ అండ్ లాటిన్ లాగా అనిపించింది. సో దాని గురించి అడ్వాన్స్ దీంట్లో తీసుకుని వచ్చి క్లాసెస్ కండక్ట్ చేసి ఎవ్రీథింగ్ దే హ్యావ్ గివెన్ ఎ వెరీ గ్రేట్ వే. దట్ వాజ్ వెరీ నైస్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్. అండ్ మోర్ ఓవర్ అన్ని సెమినార్, సిపిఈ సెమినార్స్ రీసెంట్ గా ది ఎక్సెల్ గురించి కానివ్వండి, ఇవన్నీ కూడా చాలా యాక్టివ్ గా తీసుకొస్తున్నారు. ఎలా ప్రొఫెషన్ ని, బికాజ్ అందరూ కూడా ఈ దీంట్లో ఈ సిచ్యువేషన్ లో ఎలా ఫేస్ చేయాలి, ప్రొఫెషన్ ని ఎలా డెవలప్ చేసుకోవాలి అనేది కూడా అందరి మైండ్ లో ఉంది. సో దాన్ని కూడా ఓవర్కమ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు అని చెప్పేసి చాలా మంచి మంచి టాపిక్స్ తీసుకొస్తున్నారు సార్. దానికి ఇప్పుడున్న ప్రెసెంట్ బ్రాంచ్ చైర్మన్ కి, అందరికి మెంబర్స్ అందరికీ కూడా కంగ్రాచులేషన్స్ చెప్తున్నాను. అండ్ విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ ఇంత నాకు కూడా చాలా హెల్ప్ చేసింది సార్. 2012 లో నేను ఇక్కడ వచ్చినప్పుడు ఇట్ హాస్ సపోర్టెడ్ మీ ఎ లాట్. ఇంతమంది నాకు తెలిసారు అంటే రీజన్ బీయింగ్ అదే మెయిన్ గా విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ వల్లనే నేను కొంచెం ఇంతమందికి తెలిసాను, ఇలా ఉన్నాను. సో ఐఎమ్ వెరీ థ్యాంక్ఫుల్ టు విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం. పార్వతి గారు ఉన్నారా మీరు? వెంకటరమణ గారు,
ప్రవల్లిక న్యూ మెంబర్ అంటుందండి. ప్రవల్లిక కొప్పురావురి
మన బ్రాంచెస్ అందులో వెంకటరమణ గారు ప్రతి సిపి ప్రోగ్రామ్ కి ఈజ్ ఏ పర్మనెంట్ అటెండీ. వెంకటరమణ గారు వీళ్ళతో మాట్లాడారా సార్? ఎవరితో మాట్లాడారా? ఎనీబడి ఈజ్ జాయినింగ్?
లేదండి, ఫోన్స్ ఎవరు ఎత్తట్లేదండి.
ఫోన్లు ఎవరు ఎత్తట్లేదు. విల్ గో టు, ఐ థింక్ వీ హ్యావ్ సమ్ 10 more minutes అండి. రమణ గారు, నాగభూషణం గారు సార్ మీరు ఉన్నారా? అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకోగలరా? నాగభూషణం గారు సీనియర్ మెంబర్.
అలాగే ప్రవల్లిక
women members, any other women members who want to volunteer and speak, say a few words.
ఒకసారి మాట్లాడదాం అనుకున్న వాళ్ళు వీడియో ఆన్ చేసుకోండి సార్, మాకు తెలుస్తుంది కొంచెం. ఇందిరా రమణమూర్తి గారు ఆయన ఇది లేదు,
వీడియో ఆన్ చేసలేదు.
అలాగే
ప్రవళిక గారు నాట్ రెస్పాండింగ్.
రమణ గారు కూడా నాట్ రెస్పాండింగ్. ఓకే.
పూర్చంద్ర గోప రవికుమార్ గారు.
రవి గారు మీ వీడియో ఆన్ చేసుకోండి. రవికుమార్ గారు.
Indira Ramanamurthy garu, there is a speaker problem at my side. You can do one thing, Andy. You may join through your mobile phone. You won't have any. Venkata Ramana garu, good evening. Nalu maatlu maatadandi sir. Unmute cheskondi.
మీకే నేను తీసుకో.
అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకోండి సార్ రమణ గారు.
మాట్లాడండి బ్రదర్.
లేదు మీరు ఆ జాక్ రిమూవ్ చేసేసేయండి సార్, డైరెక్ట్ గా మాట్లాడండి. ఇట్ విల్ బి యూస్ఫుల్. మాట్లాడండి.
సౌండ్ వస్తుందండి మీ దగ్గర.
పంపించలేదా పాస్వర్డ్?
సార్ అది రమణ గారిది బాగాలేదండి, ఆడియో బాగాలేదు.
గండూరి సత్యం మన వర్చువల్ సెమినార్స్ అన్నిటికీ హీస్ ఏ రెగ్యులర్ అటెండీ అండి. సత్యం, ఆర్ యు దేర్? యా, 4 మాటలు మాట్లాడండి. అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకోండి.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate the committee members of Vijayawada branch of SIRC of ICAI, and I am feeling very proud to be a member of Vijayawada branch in this Golden Jubilee year. I am very happy, and from the bottom of the heart, I appreciate the committee for conducting so many good conferences and spreading the knowledge to all the members. And I hope this will continue in future also. My namaskarams to all the previous chairman who stood as pillars and took our branch to these heights, and in celebrating Golden Jubilee year. Thank you. I thank our committee and Kishore for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sachin, for those words. Sharma, are you there? CV Sharma. CV, welcome, Vice Chairman garu. Meer indaka nunchi unnaru. Just now meer, yeah, 5 o'clock నుంచి మీరు ఉన్నారు. ఇప్పుడే క్యామ్ ఆన్ చేశారు.
ఒకసారి మాట్లాడమని చెప్పండి సార్. ఆన్ ది ఈవ్ ఆఫ్
వైస్ చైర్మన్ గారు, we want to hear from you your golden words on Golden Jubilee celebration.
Sir, thank you sir. Kishore garu, నేను నిన్న కూడా extended my hearty welcome to everyone sir before introducing మన chief guest SRC chairman గారిని. Once again, I extend a hearty welcome to all the viewers present over here, all our proud past chairmen and all the members who viewers regularly visit our branch when previously. ఇప్పుడు కూడా ఎవరైతే అటెండ్ అయ్యారో ఇక్కడ వాళ్ళందరికీ సపోర్ట్ కోరుకుంటున్నాం. We thank on behalf of committee and on behalf of us, I thank everyone who made this branch so proud. నిన్న ప్రసన్న గారి మాటలో ఏంటంటే నేను యంగ్స్టర్ ని కొద్దిగా, సో నేను మీరంతా ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ అయి ఉంటారు ఇక్కడ ఉన్న సీనియర్స్ అందరూ, బట్ సార్ మాటల్లో ఏంటంటే ఇట్ వాజ్ లైక్ ఇన్ విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ నీటిలో ఫస్ట్ ఉంది అనేది చాలా గర్వంగా ఫీల్ అయ్యాను నేను. వింటున్నాను, మా చాలా మంది ఇక్కడ స్టూడెంట్స్ కూడా ఉంటే అయిపోయాక నేను చాలా మంది షేర్ చేసుకున్నాను ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్. బట్ రియల్లీ వన్స్ అగైన్ దిస్ ఈస్ ద డే వెన్ వీ షుడ్ రిమెంబర్ ద సాక్రిఫైసెస్ ఆర్, అంటే పర్సనల్ గా ఎంత సాక్రిఫైస్ చేసి వాళ్ళు కమిటీ కోసం బ్రాంచ్ కోసం ఏదైతే మార్పులు తీసుకొచ్చారో, ఏదైనా ఇన్నోవేటివ్ ఏదైనా రాగానే ముందు బ్రాంచ్ లో ఇంట్రొడ్యూస్ చేయడానికి ట్రై చేశారో, we should really remember those efforts now. And once again, it's very, I mean, thank all the chairmen and the committee members who were with their team for, keeping the Vijayawada branch at highest level, pan-India basis. మిగిలిన మెంబర్స్ కూడా ఐ థ్యాంక్ అండ్ సపోర్ట్ దెమ్ ఎవ్రీ టైమ్. ఏదైనా కాన్సెప్ట్ తీసుకొస్తే యంగ్స్టర్స్ అయినా అవ్వండి ఎవరైనా సపోర్ట్ చేశారు. ఇన్ఫాక్ట్ ఇవాళ పొద్దున కూడా సికాస్ యాక్టివిటీ ఒకటి చేస్తే మెంబర్స్ చాలా మంది ముందుకు వచ్చి వాళ్ళు కూడా ప్రోగ్రామ్ కండక్ట్ చేశారు. సో షోయింగ్ దట్ వీఆర్ ఆల్వేస్ విత్ ది బ్రాంచ్. ఏదైనా బ్రాంచ్ మెంబర్స్ కనుక క్వశ్చన్ ఏదైనా హెల్ప్ చేయమని అడిగితే కనుక మేము హెల్ప్ చేస్తామని ముందుకు వచ్చారు. Really commendable effort, and we seek this support in future also. It will be there, but at the same time we seek this support, and it will encourage us to do more programs like this with your support only. Thank you for being with us today, and we expected the same on 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th also, and in future programs also. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chairman. Chairman garu, we are joined by our speaker.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you're welcome, sir. Manmeet Singh garu, you're welcome. We have five more minutes for the scheduled start of our program. In the meantime, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Fine. I think Venkatramana garu is ready. Sir, మాట్లాడండి సార్ 4 మాటలు.
ఓకే సార్. హలో,
మీరు మాట్లాడండి సార్, వినపడుతుంది.
ఓకే సార్. సార్, ముందు విజయవాడ మేనేజింగ్ కమిటీ మెంబర్స్ అందరికి అసలు ఇది పాండమిక్ కరోనానా ఎకడమిక్ కరోనానా? అసలు మీరు పాండమిక్ లాగా లేదు బాబు ఇది. మీరు అసలు ఏప్రిల్ 1వ తారీఖు మొదలు పెట్టారు, ఈ రోజు వరకు అసలు గ్యాప్ లేదు. మీరు ప్రతిరోజు అసలు మీ ఆఫీస్కి వెళ్ళాలా, ఇంట్లో ఉండాలా, మీ ప్రోగ్రామ్ చూడాలా, ఎలాగ ఆఫీస్ లేదు కాబట్టి ఇది సరిపోతా ఉంది. ఓకే, సరదాగా అన్నాను. మీరు ఎంత ఎఫర్ట్స్ తీసుకుంటేనే కానీ ఇన్ని ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ కండక్ట్ చేయడం అనేది నిజంగా మనం ప్రాక్టీస్ స్టార్ట్ చేసిన రోజుల్లో, అంటే 89, 90లో ఇలాంటి టెక్నాలజీ లేదు, మనకి ఇలాంటి అవకాశాలు లేవు. ఉన్న అవకాశాలని మీరు ఇలాగా వాడుకొని ఈ టైంలో కూడా ఇన్ని ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ కండక్ట్ చేయడం నిజంగా, ఇందాక ఎవరు చెప్పారు మీకు నేషనల్ లెవెల్లో ఏదో రావాలని. నేషనల్ కాదు, ఇంటర్నేషనల్ లెవెల్లో రావాలి మీకు. అలాంటి ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ మీరు కండక్ట్ చేస్తే నిజంగా చాలా యూస్ఫుల్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్. మనం ఈ టైంను కూడా ఇలా యూటిలైజ్ చేసుకోవడం అంటే అది కేవలం మీ మేనేజింగ్ కమిటీ యొక్క కృషి. అలాగే గోల్డెన్ జూబ్లీలో మేము ఒక పార్ట్ అయినందుకు చాలా సంతోషం. దాంట్లో మెంబర్గా అంటే మేము ఎప్పుడు ఉంటాం, రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ఉంటాం. ఇంకా మేము చేయాల్సిన ఏమైనా ఉంటే కనుక మాకు ఏదైనా వర్క్ ఉంటే మాకు చెప్పండి, మేము అటెండ్ అవుతాం. ఓకే, ఐ విష్ ద గోల్డెన్ జూబ్లీ సెలబ్రేషన్స్ అండ్ కమింగ్ programs also will be most successful. Thank you. Thank you,
sir.
రమణ గారు, ఇంటర్నేషనల్ వద్దండి, నేషనల్ లెవెల్లో చాలండి.
ఏంటి, ఎందుకు కాకూడదండి? మళ్ళీ మనకు అవకాశం వస్తుంది. మళ్ళీ జిఎస్ఆర్ గారు మళ్ళీ చైర్మన్ అవుతారు ఏంటి?
రమణ గారు బ్రాంచ్ పక్కనే ఉంటారు, కావాలంటే వెళ్ళి చేపట్టుకుని తెచ్చేసుకోవచ్చు ఆయన మన బ్రాంచ్.
అలాగే మీరు అలాగే సార్, మీకు ఏం కావాలంటే అది.
మన నేషనల్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ కి అన్ని రకాల సహాయ సహకారాలు కావాలి సార్.
Thank you. Nikhilesh has raised his hand. Nikhilesh, do you want to speak or say something?
1 minute.
Okay, fine. I think we are joined by senior member CA Durga Shyam Sundar garu. Shyam Sundar garu, unnaru sir మీరు? ఇందాక ఎక్కడో పేరు చూశాను, దుర్గా శ్యామ్ సుందర్ గారు. If you are there, you please switch on your video and say a few words, sir. Shyam Sundar garu యాక్చువల్ గా
ఉన్నారు సార్, బట్ వీడియో ఆన్ అవ్వలేదు.
శివప్రసాద్ గారు కాల్ లిఫ్ట్ చేశారు సార్, జాయిన్ అవుతానన్నారు.
ఎవరండి?
శివప్రసాద్ గారు, ఏఎస్ఆర్
శివప్రసాద్ గారు.
ఓకే, విల్ డూ వన్ థింగ్ అండి. మధ్యలో కావాలంటే ఒక చిన్న బ్రేక్ తీసుకుందాం. అప్పుడు ఉన్న పాస్ట్ చైర్మన్తో కూడా ఒకసారి మాట్లాడిద్దాం. సో దట్ మన మన్మీత్ గారికి విల్ హ్యావ్ ఏ దట్ బ్రీతింగ్ టైం ఉంటుంది. కంటిన్యూస్ గా 3 hours కాబట్టి we can give some break to Manmeet sir and we can take him again after completion of 1 hour. Okay, now we will go ahead with the program. Ma'am,
It is 6 o'clock sharp and we can start the program right away.
Shireen ma'am, go ahead.
Yeah, very glad and honored on the occasion of Golden Jubilee celebrations to hear from our proud past. After I entered into a committee, I could realize if a man to be complete, he should serve his family, practice, and society. But for a chartered accountant, if he wants to be complete, he should serve the CA branch also, where he received the services. Along with the above, it is by any means, either by being a committee member or otherwise. Today also, we have conducted competitions for students. Almost 5 chartered accountants, that 3 women chartered accountants involved in the programs, in organizing the programs. Likewise, but సంకల్లో పోస్తేనే తీర్థం అన్నట్టుగా, you are the only past chairman, you are the only persons who can motivate our members to move in this way. Your valuable messages and memories and sacrifice, we have definitely motivated our younger members. Thank you so much. Now we will have technical section on the topic audit Excel as an audit tool. Thank you. Tax audit Excel as an audit. Over to chairman.
Sir, ma'am, just kindly introduce the today's resource person.
Okay.
Manmeet sir, welcome sir, and yeah, welcome sir. Thank you very much for gracing the occasion on a small request. Really thank you Murali garu for inviting you on behalf of our managing committee. Now I request Shrita Shireen ma'am to introduce Manmeet sir to our members.
Thank you, sir.
I'm
glad to introduce today's resource person, CA Manmeet Singh Mehta. Regarding his professional and educational qualifications, he is BSc LLB, fellow member of Chartered Accountant, and CISA, DISA. And also he did CDPSC, Certified Data Private Solutions Engineer from ISACA, USA since 2020, and CFE, Certified Fraud Examiner from ACFA, USA since 2019. Also, he did certification courses on forensic audit and concurrent audit and blockchain technology conducted by ICAI. He attended various workshops conducted in various countries. And coming to his professional experience, he is having 30 years management consulting and professional audit and tax practice, and conducted statutory and operations audit of corporates, banks, societies, firms, trusts, etc. And he is also management and system control and assurance professional, and conducted review and system audit of strategy, applications, operations, and resource management for various entities. And apart from above, he was the faculty with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for the DISA and ICAI, and conducting professional training programs for information system audit, control and assurance practices for chartered accountants and system professionals. And up to date, he conducted over 6,500 hours of programs for chartered accountants and audit professionals all over India. And he is the faculty for information system audit course conducted by the ICAI, Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal. And he is the faculty with ICAI providing training in MS Excel and CAT areas in certification course of forensic accounting and fraud detection. Also conducted hands-on experience on training on forensic analysis using CAT tools and forensic tabs. And he is the faculty with Board of Studies of ICAI to their faculty development programs, providing training to all the faculties of ITT labs in the area of Excel and CAT tools. And he is the faculty trainer at training program of financial and banking fraud detection conducted for various officers of Central Bureau of Investigation at New Delhi, Mumbai. And he is the faculty trainer at a program on introduction to data analysis conducted to bank officers by NABSCOM Noida. And he is the faculty trainer at interactive training program on forensic audit and investigation conducted to officers of Bank of Baroda at Bank Baroda Apex Academy, Gandhinagar. He conducted trainings for senior inspection staff at Orientation Bank of Commerce at their staff training college. He conducted seminars and training on information system audit, management practices, and risk assurance and bank audits, and also use of CAD techniques and blockchain technology at various branches of ICAI. He is the faculty speaker of various seminars for members and students on bank audit of computerized branches and information system and bank system of bank branches, and use of CAD and auditing standards and accounting standards and financial management, etc. at branches of ICAI. He is the resource person from GMCS and orientation programs conducted by the branches of ICAI and COE Jaipur. And he is the speaker at seminar on forensic and system audit and data analysis at ICAI Dubai chapter NPIO. And he conducted various virtual training on data analysis using Excel and Excel as a productive tool and dashboards. And dear members and students, today this topic is very, very important, particularly in COVID time, for better conduct of tax audits. And as you heard, the profile of the today's resource person, Mani Singh Mehta, we are very glad to have such a wonderful resource person who is having vast experience as faculty in IT areas. And I also informed my staff to listen to this. I request you all to do the same. Thank you very much. And with this, I request Manmeet Singh sir to present upon the today's talk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. With this vast experience and vivid this thing, the technology man, Mr. Manmeet sir, are with us. Thank you, and it is over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, the branch of SIRC, the Vijayawada branch. And really thank you, Mr. Srinivasa, for giving me this opportunity. So a very good evening to all of you. And at the outset, I'd like to give you heartiest wishes on this Golden Jubilee, the celebrations of your branch. And dignitaries on this virtual dais, because we no longer have a dais, we just got a virtual dais. So all the dignitaries on this virtual dais belonging to the Vijayawada branch and SIRC. And in fact, this new medium is really wonderful. Otherwise, now, interacting all across the country and maybe across the countries has become very easy with this new normal, which is the virtual modes we have. And I'm thankful to Mr. Murali Krishna for introducing to your branch, and of course, the chairman, sir, for giving this opportunity to interact with this august audience. Now, friends, this whole session would be about the use of Excel and some audit tools for tax audit. So I'll just start with sharing my screen with you, and I'll be on. So is my screen visible to you?
Yes, sir.
All?
Go ahead,
okay.
sir. Thank you.
That's great. That's great. So friends, the topic today would be tax audit Excel as a tool for that. And I've broadly divided my whole presentation into 3-4 sections. And those members who could be interested in doing the work with me, I can share the files also in case, because it would be kind of more of a practical session, rather than theory. So I can share the files with you. I'll just share a link from where you can download the files. And second thing I'd request is you could just have some kind of a paper or pen, if you want to note down something. Okay. Because this is going to be a totally practical session. Okay. That's the way I normally take things. And just give me one moment. I'll just stop my share and just give me one moment. So I'm just sharing a link, those who could be interested in working with me, so they can just download these sheets. Some of these sheets I can share, where there is no personally identifiable information. So that I am already sharing, so you can just be with me. Second thing is, as I said, you could just have a pen and a paper and note down, whatever you want, because this is going to be entirely practical. So okay, on with the things. Friends, I'll be taking this whole thing. Somebody has put in annotations. Okay, let me. Okay.
I request everyone to kindly maintain the decorum, because if you draw lines, it will be a very sort of inconvenience to each and every person. I request everyone to kindly maintain the decorum.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Over to you.
So okay. So I'll be taking the whole thing into broadly 4 sections. So I'll be starting with a bit about how Excel can be used in formatting various reports. I'll be also discussing how we can use Excel for some reporting requirements which are there in 3CD and 3CB. Then broadly how Excel can be used for assurance. And we'll be discussing some more audit tools which are there, which could make your job a lot easier. So that is how I have planned for the day, rather the next 3 hours we have. So I'll just start with the first one, which is formatting a report. Okay. Is the Excel visible? Mr. Kishore, is the Excel visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Please go on.
Fine. So friends, I'll just start with the one small thing with which I could say that I have saved man-days and man-days in my office. Okay, just a small Excel function, but it has, as I said, saved man-days and man-days in my office. And friends, I did my CA in 1989. So I might say a computer migrant. I have worked in manual systems and then migrated to these computer systems. And those days we started with DOS and WordStar and Lotus, and later on migrated to MS Excel, MS Word, and all these kind of tools we have. So initially, our 3CD, 3CB used to be in WordStar, and our balance sheets used to be in Lotus 1, 2, 3. So those were the 2 programs during DOS days we were using. So I was an early adopter of technology, being, I'll say fascinated with technology. Was an early adopter, bought my first computer in 1990s. So it's almost 30 years I've been using these systems. Now, normally what happens is we have our 3CD, 3CB, which is normally, in MS Word, because that formatting and all is good. And for that matter, all kind of reports we prefer in MS Word, so that we can format it, do some kind of justified and all those kind of things. So makes the look pretty and more presentable. Whereas most of the times the various, requirements which are there regarding calculations like profit loss account, balance sheets, all of them used to be in Lotus. So when this Windows thing came, so what we did was we migrated our WordStar to MS Word, and Lotus went to Excel. Now the problem with WordStar happened that every year what we'll do is we'll tell our articles, copy the previous report, change the year or change some particulars, and a new report would be there. But a lot of time the linking is possible in MS Word with mail merge and all, but it's a kind of a dicey affair. So what used to happen was that the articles used to change the year, change the particulars, and somewhere they'll forget to do it. So what will happen is probably, in 3CD, the year, the date of signing would be different. In 3CB would be different. Sometimes the year was different. Sometimes some other particular were carried on from the previous year, not amended. So all those kind of these things happened. And being honest with you, I've not done any kind of Excel training or something. Okay, whatever we have learned, I generally say, "Oh, pange leke sikha hai." If I say in Hindi, means we have done hit and trial and we have learned a lot of things. And I believe most of us chartered accountants have learned that way. Means we don't have any kind of a formal training. A lot of times we have not gone through the theory. We don't know why this works, but yes, we know it works, and we start doing it. A lot of time we see some function, some formula somewhere, we just copy the formula, start using it, with the, a lot of times not even understanding why this thing is happening, right? So, same is everywhere. So I remember, some 20 years back in year 2000, Institute launched a very interesting course, which was at that time called CATS, Computerized Auditing and Accounting Techniques. So I happened to be attending that course. And in that course, I still remember there was a faculty who was explaining the various functions in Excel. And that faculty explained something called as concatenate. I'll just put it here for your reference. So it talked of concatenate function. And he said with concatenate, we can merge cell values with some kind of a text. And let me tell you, friends, computer is all about visualization. Whatever you can visualize, you can achieve. So most important thing, whenever you're working with technology is your visualization, how I can use this, and you can do it. So when he explained that with concatenate, we can merge text with cell values, it immediately clicked into my mind that why can't I take my 3CD, 3CB and everything on Excel and probably merge it, have a single point of entry. So all those duplications and all those issues we're having, they'd all be resolved. So friends, I came back, I did a bit of, hit and trial, some kind of experiments, and my experiment was successful. So during just with a bit of effort, what I could do was, now I had those times, all the information about my one tax audit client in just one workbook, it was there. So what I did was I used this function concatenate, okay, and I was able to build formula through concatenate and my whole report through that. Okay. So let's understand what this function is, because this is one function, as I'm telling, has saved man days and man days in my office and tax audit and these kind of things. If you look at this thing, it says we have examined the balance sheet as at. This in double quotes. So whatever is in double quotes is reproduced as it is. And then it says this ampersand or shift 7. Okay, this ampersand is the concatenate operator. Okay, it is the concatenate operator which works to join, okay, the cell values with some kind of a text. Now I'll say it says as at ampersand and 3CD E12. Now 3CD E12 is the cell reference from where it is pulling up the data. Now let's see what this 3CD E12 is. So if I go to 3CD E12, 3CD is the sheet and E12 is the reference. So here I've got a date. So what I'm doing is I'm just amending the date to 2020, let's say. Okay. Now, if you look at 3C, if I go back to that cell, now what happens is here I get 31st March 2020, means it is reproducing whatever is in quotes as it is and joining it with the value which it has pulled from that specific cell. Okay, the reference cell. And then if I continue, ampersand means one more join, okay, operator to join, and the profit and loss account for the year ended blah 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 of 3CD E7, value to be pulled from their name of the SSC, PAN number of SSC, address of SSC. So all those things are being pulled from various cells which are there. So the point is, my data entry point is one, the 3CD sheet. Everywhere else, the data is being pulled from there. So the benefit of this is I just need to enter the basic data once. The masters are entered once. My basic data is there everywhere else, so the chances of mistakes become very, very less. With this kind of a thing, chances of mistake become very, very less. So point is I was able to join all these things. Okay. I am unable to extract the zip file. Lokanathamji, I believe, can anybody send the direct file? Same issue. I know it had been uploaded by my team to the site from where it is to be downloaded. Let me see if you can arrange. I can send it to one and you can, then share amongst others, or Raviji, is there any mode in,
Sir,
Zoom to share the file?
You can directly share the file in the chat box. In the chat box at the bottom right, you will have something called as file.
Okay.
There you can attach the file there itself.
Okay. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. So have you got it?
Sir, do it for everyone. Opposite to file.
Okay, okay, sure. Got it.
That's great.
I think so. You got it.
Yeah. Now, friends, everyone can click on download button and you will be able to download on your desktop.
Okay, great. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Kishore. So I've been able to do it. Right. Yeah. Okay. So I was on the topic of this operator concatenate. Now, concatenate is a wonderful operator through which you could join some kind of a text with some kind of values. Now, if you look at this whole thing, if you examine the balance sheet as that it pulls a value from certain cells. The point which I wish to make is through this ampersand operator, through this one concatenate, I was able to link everything in my Excel file. Now, I would say those point of time when I used to do text audit and all these kind of things. Okay, for my one client, I had everything just in one folder. So my 3CD was there, my 3CB was there, 3CD was there, and Excels and balance sheets, right up to trading, even to an Excel. Because in Excel we had formatted in a way where we had, for unsecured loans, we had some kind of an opening balance, addition, interest, total paid, and TDS, and closing balance. So point was, from here it automatically, because this was linked to 3CD, so it took the fresh additions from addition already to the 269 ASS, and all the payments it took to 3CD to 269T and all those sections. Okay. So I mean, say my job was much easier. Now I had my data which was in my balance sheet or profit and loss account. From there, all the information went to 3CD, and you could just the job was much easier. I can tell you honestly, friends, during those times, even if an article was not there, it used to take me just 5 to 10 minutes to get all the 3CD and balance sheet and everything ready, because I had to just put in some basic information. Rest of all was linked. So the Excel used to do it all for me. Okay. So 3CD, balance sheet, trading, and access to notes to accounts, even management representation letters were there. Okay, right up to engagement letter, means everything was in just one folder. See, let me ask you very honestly, how many times do we write in our trading account or balance sheet? Okay, closing stock certified by the management or partner or proprietor. My question is, where is your MRL? Do you really have that certificate or MRL in record? Okay, many times it goes missing, right? But in our case, what happened was that everything we wanted, it was all just in linked to that. At the end of the audit, we just used to print the whole workbook and our everything was ready. Okay, even right up to engagement letter. So everything, point is, these are all productivity tools. Jagdish, well, some of the files I'll be showing you won't be there in that, because they contain some, as I said, personally identifiable information, which I cannot share, right? So those files, some other files will be working, they'd all be there, right? Okay. So first thing which I wanted was that as far as formatting of reports goes, as far as making of these reports goes, okay. Now Excel is a wonderful tool. First function I gave you was ampersand. Now ampersand is wonderful whenever you are making out reports, okay. Let's see how this whole thing works. I'll just show you one small illustration of how it works, okay. And I'm pretty sure many of you would be, if you have not used it earlier, you'll be using it pretty frequently. So I'm just giving you one simple example just to understand the thing. Let's say I've got some kind of a figure here, whatever figure I have, right? I'm just putting up some figure. Now, suppose I want to write a simple sentence. I want to write the closing stock is rupees so and so, valued at cost, right? And cost should come from the value from the cell A1. Now, how will I must say go about? I'll start with an is equal to. I'll start with double quotes because anything which is a text which has to be reproduced has to be in double quotes. I'll say the closing stock is rupees. Now this is a text which I want reproduced as it is, okay. And I'll just put an ampersand. Now, ampersand or shift 7, the key with shift 7, right? That is the concatenate operator. Now concatenate operator is to join the things, right? Now after this, I just give a cell reference of A1. I just give a cell reference of A1 means it has to pull up a value from there, okay. I'll put in another cell and another ampersand. I'll again start with valued at cost. I'm just making a small, sorry. So I'm just putting a small sentence where it is pulling up a value from A1. Now my final result is something like this one. Okay, the closing stock is rupees so and so, valued at cost. Now my sentence while printing would look like this one, whereas it is pulling a value from this specific cell. Now if you just change this value, you see the value has changed. That is the power of this simple tool. It's a very, very simple thing, concatenate operator. But let me tell you, it's very, very powerful. Once you have built your report, you have connected them all together through this kind of a thing. Even in reporting, right? So like you must be making all those kind of project reports, some kind of CMA reports and all those kind of things. Okay. A lot of times, I mean, so what happens is you have your report in Word and, something in Excel linking somewhere, goes away, and you don't have proper values in the report, right? So, but if you make it all in Excel, then becomes a lot easier because now you can link the data, you can link the values with certain cells so that your data is always current, always correct. So this was the first thing I wanted to introduce regarding reporting. So whenever you got some kind of reports, once you become a bit comfortable in Excel, what I'll say is it's better to make them in Excel wherever some value is being to be pulled. And most of our reports as CAs have got some of the values coming from somewhere or the other. So it's always a good idea to have, I would say these kind of reports in Excel and the data being pulled up from various, I would say cells which are there. So that was the first thing I wanted to introduce. It was concatenate operator. So I believe you got an idea of how it works with this simple example. Now there could be different kind of I would say formattings also involved. So for that, what I'll just put in the chat. What I'd want is that you explore this function called text. Okay, just explore this function text. It has got a lot of options to format the whole thing, because considering the limited amount of time we have, I won't go into detail of all the functions, but I'll try to explain it from the perspective of how we can use it in our text audit or other kind of audits. Okay. So I believe you're all with me. I'll put in the chat, yes or no. Are you with me till now? Okay, that's great.
Go ahead, sir.
Sure. Okay, that's great. That's great. Okay, so now next thing I'll want to go with is Now, this is a file which I have already shared with you. So now we could work with those files. Okay. Now, friends, being very, very honest with you, I'll not be talking about the provisions of tax audit or something. I think so. You all are much, much more knowledgeable about those compared to me. And yesterday also you had a session on tax audit. So I won't be, on to what are the provisions of tax audit. I'll take it more from the kind of perspective that how we can use Excel for that. Okay, so that would be the focus of I would say whatever we do. Now, second thing is we got a kind of a limitation where everybody would be extracting data from different application systems. Some of would be getting from Tally, some from Busy, some from Mark, some from SAP. A lot of different applications you'll all be working with. So as a basis, because Tally is one of the most used, I'll say, application systems as far as accounting is concerned. So I'll be looking a bit at Tally, but the point of view is how we can use Excel with various data. So focus would be Excel, okay? But as an example, I'm taking some of these areas from Tally and from other areas, okay? So that would be the focus I'd be in. Just give me one moment. Okay. Probably if you export your cash book and bank book from Tally, this is the kind of thing you'll be getting. I've just taken a small sample of the kind of a cash book you'll be getting from Tally. Now we'll see how we can work on that, and we could examine a lot of things from assurance objective, from tax audit objective, out of this whole file. Now you can even tell your client to send you this kind of a thing. He could send it through mail to your official mail ID. So it could serve as a kind of documentation and some kind of an official record also. Okay. Many times your client would not like to share its Tally data with you, but he'll be happy to share you with the reports, or he will not give you direct access over Tally, but he'd be happy to give you kind of reports you desire. So for a moment, I'm just assuming that this is the file you have received from your client. Let's see what all we can do on this file. Now, first thing which is important is what I'll say is that you need to maintain integrity of data. Okay, so whatever file you have received from him, you need to preserve it as it is. And you need to do different kind of operations you can from that and verify the various assurances you want relating to the balance sheet, relating to the profit and loss account and others. Okay. Now for that purpose, what I'll suggest is you make a copy of this sheet, right? So if you right click, you find this option of move or copy. You find this option of move or copy. And if you go to move and copy, you can have one more copy of the same. Okay. You can create many copies. Okay. And here there is an option of create a copy. Okay. So we'll see some easy options also. So I'll just click on this one. So now you got is one more copy. Now probably the first thing I'll want to see is the cash balance telling. Okay. Now what I'd like to do, but the problem is here we got all these debits, these are credits, and there are some, I would say, narrations also. So data is not in a way clean. So I'll have to do a bit of cleaning with the data which is there. So first thing I'll be doing is I'll be removing the headers. I don't need it. Okay. So I'll be deleting those headers. Now, next thing would be I don't want all these narrations to go, because I just want these amounts to be in series so that I could put in some kind of a, I could check, how this works. Now, this column again, another thing is whenever you have this kind of a data, a lot of time you'll find this, some cells are merged. So whenever you're doing data analysis, the first thing that is needed is you need to unmerge the things, because many of the functions like tables and all these won't work if your data is merged. So it'll be a good idea you first just unmerge the data, right? Now you see your whole data is unmerged. To select the whole sheet, just go to this top left corner. Okay. Now the particulars are here, which I'd like to move to this sheet. Means I'm just copying the particulars here, because this whole thing doesn't have any headers. So I'd like to insert some headers here. This column again, I don't need much. So I'll just remove this column. Okay. Voucher also, I could just go and delete the voucher type also in case I don't need it. Okay. Now, first step is I want to remove these narrations somehow. Can somebody in the chat tell me how I can do it? Can somebody in the chat tell me how I can remove these narrations? Probably with just a couple of steps. Filter. Excellent. So you can filter the data. So what we can do is we can simply filter the data. Okay. So you can select the whole thing, or you could just go selectively, Control Shift down, or the End. Control Shift End. Your whole data is selected. I'd want to filter this data. Okay. Or I can, yes, format as a table, but with a format, these narrations will still remain. Okay. So what I'd want is I want to filter it. I can use the shortcut Alt-A-T, or I could go from data and I can go to filters. So what you find is at the top, these kind of drop downs come. Now in these drop downs, what I'd want is I'd want to retain the dates. Okay. And I'd want to remove the dates and select blanks. Plus some of these figures are there which I want to remove. Okay. So when I click on OK, so now, sorry. So I'd want to remove the dates. What's happening? I don't know, somehow filter is not. Let me check once more what the problem is. So I want to
Sir, else you can, if I may tell you, you can filter the voucher type for blanks.
Okay, so let me try voucher type. Yeah, that would also work.
I think even at the date column also you can filter the blanks.
So something was, problem with the dates. I don't know what the problem is.
No, you see, at the date column itself, you can filter the blanks. Only blanks and remove it.
Yeah, blanks, I wanted to filter out, but somehow they were not coming. Now, okay, the next thing is, once you have selected this, you want to remove it. Okay. A lot of times, whenever you put up a filter and we try to remove it, so some data also goes away. So the way to go about is we need to select only the, visible cells. So there's an option of visible cells. It's available in home, in find and select. There is an option of go to special. In go to special, you could go to visible cells only. That's one option. Otherwise, the shortcut is Control G or F5. Those are the keys you could use. So I just go to visible cells only, and my visible cells are there. And now what I could do is I could just delete the sheet rows. So what will happen is all the data is gone. So I've got kind of a clean data which is here. Okay, so I've got all the values which are there. So the first thing probably which I'd want to check is the balance is correct? Okay, now it's a simple mathematical thing which I want to do. I'll just add the debits and reduce the credits. Okay, so some simple thing I want to do, I'll just copy it across. Now we've got all the values, okay, till the end, and my closing value is 14,640, which I can check with my cash book. The last balance is 14,640, so it is validated. Okay, so first thing which I've checked is that my closing value is telling. Okay, but friends, you'd see here there are some negative values also. So you can see some negative values here. Now my simple question is, how can you mark out the cells, or how can you know which dates the balance is negative? You want to check the negative. So anybody with how we can do that? Any function you could just suggest? One is conditional formatting. Okay, wonderful, Satish. So conditional formatting, yes, we could use conditional formatting. So we could use conditional formatting, and we could highlight all those which are less than 0. Okay, which are less than 0. So you're right about it. All these cells are highlighted. But my simple question is, what do we need? Because here this is balance on 84, but what we need is really the closing balance. We are not interested in anywhere the balance is in between, right? So I'd be more interested in the closing balance of the day, because what we got to look at as the closing balance of the day, not any negative which is occurring, because this will give out every negative balance which is there even in the midst of a day. So for all the transactions. Now, what I'm interested in is not in the middle. What I want is at the end of the day, what would be the balance be? Okay. Now, for that, what I'll do is I'll introduce you to a couple of functions which you could use for that. Okay. Now, first function I'd like to introduce you to is if function. Okay. We got a wonderful function which is if function. Okay. If you look at if function, then if has got 3 inputs. First is logical condition. Second is value if true. Third is value if false. If I say in plain English, if the thing is true, then what? Otherwise what? Okay, so we got 3 inputs. First is logical test. Second is value if true. Third is value if false. Now just to understand if, okay, I'll use a very simple example. I've just taken some random values. And let me assume these are marks of CA final. I'm just taken some random values for a few candidates. And let me assume these are marks of CA final. Now, if it is a CA final marks, I think so we all know. If the marks are 50 or more, then you are a CA, right? Otherwise, you know better, right? So what I'll do is I'll use a very simple if condition. I'll say if, now the logical test is the marks more than equal to 50? If the marks are more than equal to 50, then you are a CA. Otherwise, again a CA, right? So I'm using very simple logic. If the marks are more than equal to 50, then you're a CA. Otherwise, again, you're of a CA. You're again a CA. Okay. And I just go with this formula. What I get is the results. I just copy this formula across. What I get is all the results. So wherever the marks are 50 or more, it has given me the value CA. And wherever the marks are, less than 50, then of course, you know better, right? So this is the simple application of if. Okay. So if first is logical condition, second is if the value is true, and third if value is false. So I believe you must have understood what if condition means. Okay. Now I'll introduce you to two more functions, which are again logical functions and which we'll be using for our purpose. Okay. Let me park the chat. Okay. There are two more logical functions. Okay. One is called and the other function is called or. So these two are again logical functions and they are very, very helpful, let me tell you. Okay, a lot of time when you're analyzing data, when you want to build some conditions, these two are very, very important functions which you'll be using. Okay. Now let's understand this function also. Now I could have two conditions. One is true, other is false. Now see, the whole computers is based on zeros and ones. So 0 means a false, 1 means a true. So these are called Boolean. These are what? The Boolean. Boolean means logical. Logical means true or false. So we got only two conditions which are possible. One is true, other is false. Or you could have a condition which is true and again true. That's if there are two logical conditions. Okay. Then you could have a condition which could be false and the second condition could be true. And what is the fourth possibility? Fourth possibility is both are false. Now, and or are two logical operators which can define the result based on two logical inputs. So based on two logical inputs, it decides the result. Now, what does and say? And say if condition A is true, B is true, result is true. If condition A is true, B is false, result is false. If condition A is false, B is true, result is again false. Both are false, obviously false. So and says both of the conditions have to be true for the result to be true. Now I'll contrast with the or. Now or says if condition A is true and B is true, result is true. If condition A is true, B is false, result is still true because A is true or B is true or B is false, then result is true. If A is false, B is true, result is again true. If A is false, B is false, obviously false. So the point of difference is for and both the conditions have to be true to it to be true. With or both the conditions have to be false for it to be false. Let's examine this thing with the simple logic. So what I'm saying is equal to AND. First, I'll go with AND. Now, AND has got two inputs. One is logical condition 1, and here we got logical condition 2. So what I'll say is logical condition 1, comma, logical condition 2, means both are true now. Just look at the result. So the result is true. Okay. Now, if I just copy this formula across, A is true, B is false, result is false. A is false, B is true, result is again false. A is false, B is false, result is false. So I think so you've understood what AND means. Now let me replace AND with OR. Okay. Now with OR condition, both are true, then result is true. Now A is true, B is false. With the OR condition, again it is true. One of them is true, result is true. Both of them are false, result is false. So I think so you get the hang of what AND is and what OR is, how AND works and how OR works. We'll be using a combination of these functions to do a lot. Okay, because a lot of things, are based on these Boolean operators, which are, and which are true and false. So my very simple question to you is, are these three functions if and or clear with you? Because I'll be using these functions again to get the results. Anybody in the chat, are these functions and or if clear with you? Okay. Okay. So that's wonderful. Now just look at the logic now. Look at the logic. What do I want? What I want is that whenever there is a change in date, see, I'm not interested in during the year, during the day balances. I'm only interested in the last balance. Last balance means for the next transaction, the date will change. Okay. For the next transaction, the date will change. Okay. So that is important. Okay. Now I'll use a simple if condition. I'll say if this is not equal to this one, comma, then I need the second thing. What I need is the balance. What I need is the balance. The balance has to be less than 0. Okay. Now, because I want both of these conditions to be true, I will proceed it with the AND function. I'll say if A3 is not equal to A2, just give one moment. I'll first, remove all this. Okay. So I'll do a simple condition. I'll increase the size also so that it should be easily visible to you. Okay. Now I'll put an if condition, if and, okay. Now my first logical condition is this is not equal to this one. See, more than less than means not equal to, right? This is the first condition. Now second condition is that this value should be less than 0. Now if the next date is not same and this value is less than 0, then if both these conditions are true, I want some kind of flagging there. I want some kind of a flag there. So the flag I am using is, negative. I think I see that cell should be marked as negative. And if it is false means, then what I want is that cell to remain blank. The blank means here 2 double quotes. 2 double quotes collectively means a blank. And I just close this with a parenthesis. You see, with this, what I get is, I get nothing. And if I just copy this across, okay. F and A2 is not equal, sorry. So here we got a negative, here we got a negative. And if you look at this negative comes wherever there is a change in balance, wherever there is a change in date. It means this is the last balance of 18th of April and it's a negative. Now this is again the last balance of 19th of April and it's a negative. So what we have done is we have through this calculated wherever there is a negative balance. Okay, so one of the audit tests we wanted was that there should be no negative balance. And through the use of simple if and and function, we are able to highlight or put up a flag wherever it's a negative balance, because conditional formatting, yes, can do it. Conditional formatting was good had it been the daily balances, but these are not daily balances. These are balances after every transaction. So during the period, you could have as many transactions as you want negative, but at the end of the day, it should be positive one. Okay. Now, just to understand this, how this whole thing works, I'll introduce you to another feature which is there in Excel, which is called formula auditing. Okay. So in formulas, you could see this kind of thing, which is called formula auditing. Now, formula auditing does what? Formula auditing gives you a kind of an audit trail for any formula. It will give you a step-by-step approach. Let me see if I want to check this formula. I want to check this formula. So what it'll do is, if I go to evaluate, it will go to every step. I'll go to evaluate. So A3 is replaced with 43556, which is the date equivalent of, the date. So these are equal. Result is false. Second result is again false. Both are false. Result is false. Because it is false, what it'll do is it'll skip negative. It'll go to a blank. So what I got is a blank result. Now let us go and check why the result is negative. Why this is negative. Let me check the formula auditing for this also. So what I want is now evaluate. Now I'll go to evaluate and the result is true. So the first condition is true. Now second condition is F2 less than 0? Then again I go to evaluate. Yes, this is true. Now because both are true, with the AND condition, result is true. And the three conditions of if: logical condition, if true, if false. Now because this condition is true, it will go to the first one and give you the result which is negative. So that is why you got a flag which is negative. Now through this simple thing, what we have understood is that how we can get some kind of a balance, which is we will get some kind of a flag, which tells us whether there is a negative balance or not. Okay. So is this concept clear? Okay, for your convenience, what I'll do is I'll put this formula in the chat, so that those who want can copy from here and maybe use the formula, right? So is this first concept clear, friends? Okay, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. So first thing we understood is how we can validate whether there are negative balances, how we can validate the, the closing cash in hand. So point is not only tax audit, point is how we can use it for our routine audits also, even with our internal audit, how Excel could be useful to you. So that is the whole idea behind this whole thing, right? Now, once we've understood this, what we'll do is we'll go to okay. We'll make one more copy of this one. Now, I said you could right click, go to move. And the second easy option is you just press control. After pressing control, if you just move this sheet, so what happens is it creates a new sheet. So if you have a sheet and you just press control and drag it, so what you get is you get a new sheet. Now, next thing I like to check is, let's say I'll rename it as 10,000. I want to know the 10,000 cash entries because 40A3 prohibits any kind of a cash entry which is there. So the rest of the things I'm just removing so that, they don't interfere in the work.
Okay.
So I'll just delete these things. Okay. My request would be somebody has not muted his, somebody is not muted. So, we are getting some kind of disturbance. So my
Sir,
request would be.
you are the co-host, sir. You can unmute all. You can mute all and you unmute yourselves.
Okay. Okay, so we got these entries, which are there. Okay, so I've done it. So, okay, so one very simple test, I think. So now everybody knows about filter. I'll be going a bit about filter. And let me tell you, friends, one thing. There are some functions which are very simple and they are very, very, very powerful, I'll say. The filter is one such function which is very, very simple, but at the same time, it is very, very powerful function. Okay. So I'll just talk about it a bit. Okay. See, in filtering, we already seen, we have put up our filters. In filters, we could find a lot of things. First is, if I go to dates, so I've got all these kind of dates also. If you want to filter for this month, last month, we got very powerful features this week, last week. So all these features are there. And whenever it's a text, we got some wonderful text features which are there, equal to, not equal to. And one very powerful feature is contains, and we'll see how we can use this contains. Okay. Then when I'm talking of numbers, okay, Excel has brought in now many new features which are there. Now these routine things are already there, but if you look at number filters, now it's got a lot of features which are there, above average, below average, top 10. I mean, it's a wonderful features. So if you go to your client and you want to know who are the top 5 debtors which you want balance confirmations, you don't need to ask him. You got a debtors list, just go to filter and you could just put in, top 5 or 10 or 20 or whatever you want. Even for that matter, bottom 10 or bottom 20. So all these are, with a one click, you could do it. With a one click, you could get the top 10 items. So if suppose I want top 10 items. So top 10 items with one click only, right? Okay. Now, similarly, you could go for above average, below average. Now you are, auditing, you're doing a tax audit, you're looking at traveling expenses, right? And there's a whole transaction list of traveling expenses. You want to just sample a few of them, right? So the good idea would be go in for above average items. So there itself, you could just put up a filter like above average. You could get all the above average, right? Similarly, you want to look in for yields of various products. You could just go to yields and look at below average yields, right? So all these things are entirely possible with a single click now, as far as filters is concerned. And during course of this session, we'll see how powerful a function, filter is. And honestly telling you, I might say I could take a 3-hour session only on filters alone. So filter is such a powerful functionality which is there. So, I'm very, as said at the start, I'm very passionate about Excel. Excel and audit tools, these are one of my favorite passions, right? And I used to do a lot of, I'm used to a lot of, programs and trainings on Excel. And I remember, I used to do a training where, the CS used to ask me, they said, sir, what will you teach? I'll say filter. And they'll say, I've been using filter since last maybe, maybe 20 years or 30 years. But when I bring up the filter and I start teaching it, and then they understand what is the power of a filter, right? Filter is, friends, one function which has evolved with every version of Excel. If a function evolves with every version of Excel, means what? It's a useful function. A lot of functionalities are being added to it. So filters is a very, very powerful function we have. Now, first thing you'd be wanting is to take care of 40A3. Probably what you'd want is, are there any cash payments exceeding whatever the limit is now? I think so. It is now 10,000. So you'd like to look at all the transactions above 10,000. So what you could do is just put up a filter. Okay. number of filters greater than 10,000. Okay, very simple functionality. Okay, so I got 10,000, 11,874 is some repair and maintenance. There's a transport freight payment for 25,120. Now, since for freight payment, we got a limit of 35,000. So this seems pretty okay, but this is exceeding the limit under, section 48.3. So this is one thing I'd want to, extract. But now comes the issue. Can anybody tell me what could be the issue in whatever I've done? What could be the issue still remaining once I have done this exercise for the whole, cash book? Anybody?
Duplication, sir? Splitting the voucher?
Okay, splitting the voucher on the same date. Yeah.
Yes.
Good. So it could be splitting the voucher on the same date. Means on the same date, we make two payments to the same person. Both are less than 10,000. But the aggregate is exceeding 10,000. So what will happen is, so we'll get, everything which is wrong now. Okay. So it'll all, so I think so you understand the concept now. So my problem is not only putting up a filter. My problem is how to extract if on the same date, less than 10,000 payments are made to the same pay, right? Or for the same expenditure to the same person. It would again be hit by section 48.3. Now the problem with the tax audit is it is a specific reporting. It's not a true and fair reporting. Tomorrow if something comes up, we can't just go behind that it's something true and fair. It is the exact reporting we need to do in Form 3CD. And let me tell you, even in Excel, even if you are using Tally, in Tally you can get all the payments exceeding 10,000. But same date, same pay are not possible. Okay, they are not possible. So here I'll take a simple help of one of the most beautiful functions we have in Excel, which is called pivot tables. Okay. At the same time, it's one of the most beautiful functions. At the same time, what I like to say is, having taken these kind of sessions across length and breadth of the country, if there's one function from which CAs are really scared of, is again pivot tables. At the same time, once you start using pivot tables, you really love this function. Okay, it's a very, very useful function for any kind of a CA, right? Whether you're in practice or service or wherever, right? Now, my simple question to you is, let me take a negative question first, right? How many of you have not used pivot tables till date, or maybe used it once or twice, not aware of how pivot table works? So anybody in the chat, somebody who have not used pivots or, not familiar with pivots, because I'll go at the same pace as required. Okay, no, but not familiar. Okay, fine. Okay, somebody who has not used pivot ever? Okay, Purna, Suresh, not familiar. Okay. Okay. Shirisha, not used at all. Okay. Okay. So great. Friends, pivot, as I said, is one of the very, very powerful features within Excel we have. And it is so powerful a feature that Excel, looking at the power and people who are loving this function, in 2010 brought in something called as power pivots. Power pivot is much, much more powerful even compared to routine pivots. Then in 2013, Microsoft brought in Power Query, which was there to extract the data. But looking at how powerful these features are, so Excel thought, why not launch a separate range? So in 2016, Microsoft launched a new range, which is now called Power BI. Now, Power BI is Power Pivots plus Power Query and, all those kind of things. And today it is one of the, as if you look at the Gartner's report, it says this is the most used, the business intelligence tool we have. So just imagine the power of pivots. I'll just introduce you to a bit of pivots and we'll see how we can use it. Okay. Now, first thing I'll be doing is, let me give you the basics of pivot first, and then we'll be seeing how we can use pivots again to, do this kind of analysis. Now, friends, pivot means the center. Pivot means center around which something can spin, right? That is why these are called pivot tables. Means you can spin the data. You could have multi-dimensional view of data. You can tabulate the data. You can cross-tabulate the data. We'll just look at pivots first, and then we'll see how we can use that to extract multiple payments for the same client on the same date. Okay. Now the option of pivot is, friends, under the option under insert. Under insert, extreme left, we got pivot tables. Extreme left, we have this option of pivot tables. So once you are within the data, okay, the data has to be kind of clean. Okay. So I'll just click on pivot. It has taken the data. It's taken hold of the data. And where do I want the result to be? So I'd want it on a new worksheet to have some kind of a clean interface. See, they have already selected A1 to E129. So it has already selected all the data which is required for creating those reports. Okay. Now, when I click on OK, so what I get is, all these headers come like this thing. Okay. This is the real estate of a pivot table. And within a pivot table, we got filters, we got rows, we got columns, we got values. Now, whatever criteria you want to analyze on need to be in row or pivot, or columns. And whatever parameter or value you want to analyze, you'll have in values. Okay. A simple example. I want how much amount has been spent on repair. Now, there are different entries relating to repair. So I want to do a kind of summarization of different expenses. So just look, I just go to particulars and I click it on row. I just drag it to row. Now what you find is all my payments to whomever I have paid, it is now summarized. So what I get is a unique list of to whomsoever the payments have been made. Okay. Now, I click on debit and I drag it to values. Sorry, not debit, credit in this case. So I'll just take the credit to values. So now with one click, what I've got is fees and taxes, how much amount has been paid. Food and beverage, total amount, how much paid. So it's a summarization of pay wise. To each of these pays, what is the amount which has been paid in aggregate during whatever data I have taken, right? So it could be many entries, but all of them are here now, right? So what I got is fees and taxes 11,840, food and beverage 960, so on and so forth. So all the payments which have been made. Okay. Now, this is the power of pivots. With one thing, I can take, if now, for example, let me do a different kind of summarization. I want date-wise summarization. I just click away particulars. So I'll just unclick particulars. Let me take date here. So I'll take a date. So now what I get is each of these dates. So now I got a date-wise summarization. I think so you get the point. First was pay-wise summarization. Now is the date-wise summarization. Now with one click, I am getting all the summarizations. Okay. And not only that, if I just want the count, I don't want the sum. If you just right click and look at summarize values by, you see plenty of options are there. There is an option to sum, there is an option for count, there is option for average, max, min, so on and so forth. For a moment, let me want a count. Now what I get is on 1st 4/19, there are 5 payments. On 2nd of April, there are 2 payments. On 3rd of April, there are 6 payments. So you could just summarize the data the way you want. You could just summarize the data means you can now spin the data. What you're doing is you're spinning the data. You did a date-wise summarization. You did a, some kind of pay-wise summarization. Similarly, you could have as many summarizations as you want. Okay. Now, for a moment, let me take date to, okay, I'll take date here and I could even have it in column. So I'll take the particulars to column. Now, what I got is rows here, which are dates, and columns here which are pays. And again, you know, I want the sum back. I just click on sum. So I got all the sums, right? So in fees and taxes, so many payments have been made. So it is all segregating. Means what I'm doing is I am spinning the data. That is what pivots are. You can spin the data. Okay. I think so with that bit of introduction on pivots. Okay. Now what I'll tell you is now how we can use pivots again to extract this kind of information which we want. Okay. Now for this purpose, I'll just take away the date. Okay. I'll remove the date and I'll bring the particular to the rows. Now friends, what I got is a fee and taxes. Okay. Total fees and taxes. Now I can summarize on many parameters. I can summarize on many parameters. I think so. What you would be interested in is each of these payments, how much has been paid for each of these dates. Please, now I want to categorize it based on the date also. So what I'll do is I'll take the date and I'll drag it just below particulars. Now I'm seeing a beautiful view I have. I've got fees and taxes. On 6/4, so much payment. 15th April, so much payment. 17th, so much payment. Let me do one thing more. I'll just drag credit again. And this time I'll summarize the values by count. Now I think in one click, I'm getting 2000 payment, only one payment. And wherever there are more than one payments, I'm getting a number of payments also on the same date. So what I've got is same pay, same date, how many payments and what is the amount. Okay, how many payments and what is the amount. So with one click, I get all this detail. Now, but what I'm interested now is I'm interested in to the same pay, same date, is the accumulation exceeding rupees 10,000. Okay. Now, friends, there are different designing possibilities which are there. So I'll just use the various report layouts just to get the data I want. So I can show the whole thing in tabular form. Then tabular form, now I got a kind of a table. So in one column, I got an expense. Second column, what I've got is a date. And third column, what I got is a credit amount. For a moment, I'm just removing the credit account. Okay, just to make the thing simple to understand. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the credit away. I'm just taking the sum here, right? Okay. Now, but problem is here I got fee. This thing I don't know what is this. Again, this I don't know what is this. So what I want is I'd want them to repeat all item labels. Now see a wonderful view I have. Now I've got a date, I've got a pay, I got a date, and I got a total sum which is there, right? Now for purpose of understanding, I'd remove the subtotals. So now it looks more like a report. Now it is looking more like a report, okay, where we got a pay, where we got a date, and we got a total amount paid. Now, my question to you is, what should I extract out of this report which I've made? Anybody in the chat? What should I extract out of this one? This I got a report where I got a pay, where I got a date, and where I got a total amount paid. What would you want to extract? Greater than 10,000. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Okay. No, Suresh, payment is already there. So I have already summarized. There could be multiple payments to the same pay that I've already done. But the issue is in pivot, we don't have a filter here. We have a filter here where I can filter by dates. I have a filter here where I can filter by, particulars. But unfortunately, I don't have a filter here. So here there is no filter, right? Even if I go for sorting, it will do it, the particular wise, not the entire amount. So we got a very clean, I'll say a hack here. We have got a very clean hack. Somehow it's counterintuitive. I don't know why Excel is not bringing up with this option, but there's a very intuitive hack here. If I just go to the cell next to this one, I go to D, just ahead of C. Okay. And if I go to data and I fire up a filter, so you see what has happened is this filter comes not here in this cell. Filter has come on this one. I don't know why this happens, but it is very counterintuitive. Okay. Now we got a wonderful filtering option, which is there in sum of credit also. Okay. Yeah. Mr. Murthy, we can copy and paste. We can copy and paste, but that won't be dynamic. Means every time you'll have to take it to another and do a paste special and then do something. Whereas there is a wonderful option. If you just go to cell ahead of wherever you want to filter, you have a filter which will come to me. Okay. So now we got a filter here. Now you just put up a filter of greater than 10,000 and I click on OK. Now friends, see, I've got 3 payments now. So earlier we had just 1. Now Shri Jagdamba was a freight payment, that is fine, but we got a new one, which is ABC laptop. Now if you look at ABC laptop, probably it has got more than 1 payment. Similarly, repair and maintenance, we had a smaller amount, but now we got more. So what I'll do is I'll just bring it up once more. Okay. And this time I'll summarize it by count. Now see, repair and maintenance on the same date, 4 payments have been made. So we'll have to check the name of the pay. Probably there could be more than 1 pay there, or it could be the same pay who has been paid 4 times, just to tide over those limits which are there in 48.3. Okay. And in this case, ABC laptop. So again, we got 2 payments. Now the beauty of pivot is you can drill down within pivots. So just go to this amount, sum of credit, right? I'll just go to this amount and I'll make a double click. Now see, I got the thing. Okay. So we got 2 payments made on the same date. One payment is 2,800, another is 9,000. Means now 11,800 has been paid, but probably paid in 2 parts to just tide over that threshold limit, which was there in 48.3. Okay. So that is the beauty of pivots. You can just drill down out of that. You could just extract whatever you want. Okay. So plenty of options are there, you can use. Okay. So with the use of pivots, what we have also extracted is wherever there have been multiple payments to the same pay on the same date. Okay. So what we now have is same pay, same date, more than 1 payments, aggregating more than 10,000 rupees. So okay, friends, are you with me till now? Any queries or something? Okay. Any queries till now, anybody? So that, otherwise I'll just move forward. Great. Okay. So friends, we have seen 2 things till now. One is how we could just do a bit of analysis on cash book. Okay. And we could, find out payments exceeding 10,000. Okay. Now, I just change the direction a bit. Okay. And I'll use the same cash book now for some more analysis. Okay. I'd just make a copy of this one. Okay. And let me rename this as penalty. Now, amongst various clauses which are there in 3CD, there are clauses, where they want some specific reporting. Okay, like have any fines been paid, have any penalties been paid, any payment made to clubs, any payment made to related parties. So plenty of things we need to look into the data. We need to explore the data just to get something out of the data. Okay. Now for this, what I'll do is, it is 7:24 perhaps, and this whole topic will take around 20 to 30 minutes. I think so. The chairman sir was saying you want some kind of a break after 1.5 hours for some of your tasks. So is it so? Anybody?
No issue, sir. Go ahead, sir. I just now verified that there are no past chairmen to speak on this occasion. So you can go ahead with the things, sir.
Okay, fine. Okay. Now, one of the issues is probably I'd want to look at, are there any payments which have been made for some kind of a fine or to clubs, or some specific matters which are required to be reported under 3CD. Okay. Now for this matter, if I'll just delete this, headers just to make the data clean. Okay. Now I'd want two things at the same time. What I'd also want is, I'd want also to retain some kind of a documentation of whatever I've found. So I'll just again clean the data a bit. Okay. Now, if I just look for in this using a simple function, okay, if I use a simple function, which is find, okay, we got a simple function called find, okay, and I want to find, is there amount, is somewhere in the narration, it has been written as penalty. Okay, is somewhere it is written as some kind of, penalty. So I just go to this and I find, well, some penalty has been paid to marketing committee. So some penalty has been paid to the marketing committee. But the question is, since here it is small and I can do it, but if the data is large, number one, how do you do it? Number two, you also want some kind of documentation to be retained, right? So then, because later on you want to report it also, you want to report all the particulars. Now this will only search, right? But it will not retain. As soon as I just do away with the search, that amount is gone. Okay. So now I want to do some things through which I should be able to, find whether that amount is there or not. Okay. Now Excel has got some text functions, and would really make sense, if we understand these text functions. Okay. But before that, I'd want to introduce you to some more features which are there within filters. So again, what I'll go is, I'll just remove the end of all these things also I'll remove, so that to have some kind of a clean database. So I'll just put up a filter here now. I'll just put up a filter. Okay. Now we've understood about filters. I think so. We had a bit of, but filter is, as I said, is a very, very powerful function. I'll introduce you to one more feature within this, which is not advanced filters. I think so. We all have used filters. But what we do is we just find something. Okay. Now, for example, I'll take a very simple example, then show you where the difference is. For example, I want refreshment expenses. So what I'll go is, I'll go with the refreshment. Okay. I got all these refreshment expenses. I want to take them somewhere else. I got a filter. Now what I'll do is, I'll just copy this whole thing. I'll use visible cells, copy them somewhere else, paste as special. Okay. But Excel itself has got a wonderful functionality, which, as I said, we don't use. You can filter, you can extract based on some kind of a criteria. So first thing I'll introduce you to is a criteria. So what I'll say is criteria. I want to set up a criteria. And the criteria I want to set up is based on particulars. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just put on a particulars here. Okay, and the example I've taken, I'll say refreshment. So I'll just also copy refreshment here. Now what I want to do is I want to filter my data and extract data based on refreshments. So I want to extract data based on the criteria of refreshments. Now, Excel has got this small thing, friends, which is called advanced. If you look here, it says advanced under filter, data, sort and filter, this small thing called advanced. So I'll just go to advanced. Now see list range, it has automatically taken the whole range. Okay. Now here it says criteria. What is the criteria you want? What is the criteria you want? I'll select this as the criteria. I select this is the criteria. What I want is all those cases where the particulars is refreshment. And now you see the beauty of this. The beauty of this is here you got this small option which is copy to another location. Means now it is saying you not only filter it. We are telling Excel not only filter it, but whatever you have extracted, copy to another location. Okay. Now what I'll do is I'll just go to copy. And for example, I say you just copy it here. Means you extract and copy. Okay. You extract and copy. So I'll just click on OK. And you see what happens is all my refreshment expenses, they just come here. All my entries relating to refreshment are extracted to a different location. Okay. So that is the beauty of criteria. Means whatever criteria you specify, you could not only extract, but you could copy to another location. Of course, the location has to be within the same sheet. Right now, it doesn't go beyond the sheet. Okay. It has to be within the same sheet. Okay. Have you understood this small option of filtering? Because we'll be using this again to extract data matching a criteria. Have you understood this option? Okay, good, Venkatraju. Good. Now we'll be using this, when we are extracting data, matching our, various criteria which is there. So for the moment, I'll just. And we had understood one more thing, means when I put in a find, I found there was one field which contained this thing called, this word, I would say penalty. Now what I'll do is, Excel has got a wonderful function which is called search. Excel has got two functions. One is find, other is search. Find is case sensitive, it means it wants the exact match, whereas search is, case independent. So I'll use the function search. I'll say search. And now it says find text within text, means wherever you want to find some text within some cell or within some text, you can use the function find. So what do we want to find? I want to find penalty. I want to find penalty. Now, where do I want to find? I want to find within particulars. I want to find within particulars. So I just close the parenthesis. It says value because in this it didn't find the value. It didn't find particulars. Okay. I'll just copy this across. Okay. Now what you find is that there is everything is value, but well, in one case it has put in a value 60, because what search does is that which character does this whole term start, means it is the 60th character of whatever is written out here. So this is the 60th character. Peas is the 60th character, right? So it searches for penalty and gives me where this value starts. So the broad point which is bringing up is that yes, some of them don't have it, but some cases, yes, you have the word which is there. Now we'll use this functionality of search with one more function, which is number. Sorry, is number. Okay. Now what is number does is, if it is a number, it will say true. Okay. If it is not a number, it will say false. Because filter works based on true or false only. Okay. Now I'll just add this one functionality. Sorry. I'll just add this one functionality. Okay. Now it says penalty is not here, but if I just copy it across, what you find is in one of these cases, okay, we find it true. Means in one of the cases it is true, other cases it is false. But what I'd want is, I'd want to highlight not only the narration, I'd want to highlight the particulars also, or the head also, which contains it, and the other particulars also, like date, like payment, like how much the amount. Okay. Now what I'll do is I'll tweak the formula a bit. Now I'll tweak the formula a bit. Now with is number, what it is looking at is in this cell. But what I want is, I want you to look at the lower cell. Means I'd say you look here. Sorry. I'll say you look at B3. You look at B3 and tell me whether it is true or false. So in this case, it is false. And if you just copy it across, now you see the fees and taxes is highlighted. This becomes true. Okay, this becomes true. Okay. So in the process, we understood two functions. One is number, other is search. We'll be using a combination of this to filter out data which contains those specific words and extract the data to a separate location, so that we got some kind of a documentation which is there. Okay. Now, I think so. Do you remember there was a function called OR? Do you remember a function called OR? Okay. So OR says if A is true, B is true, result is true. If A is true, B is false, result is again true. Means either of these two is true, result is true, right? So we'll use this OR functionality again to extend this formula. So what I'm doing is I'm putting up an OR. Now the first condition is it will check whether penalty is there in B3. Okay. And comma. It will also check whether it is there in B2. Means if one of these is true, it will give me a true. Means in the same cell, if it is there, or in the cell lower than that, it is there, it will give me a true. Okay. Okay. So what I get is false. And if I double click on the whole thing, now just have a look. What will happen is, now it is returning me true both in fees and taxes as well as the narration. So both of them have become true. Okay. Now some of you would be using these functions maybe for the first time. So for the sake of convenience, I'm just putting this formula in the chat. Okay. So that in case you want to just copy this formula for some formula forensics, you can use it, right? Now I think so through this, what we have done is we have brought in two rows which have been highlighted with true. Okay. Okay. Now we'll be using it for the filter. We'll be using it for the filter. So I'm just putting up here a criteria. Oh, let me have it here. Criteria. Now the criteria which I want is this thing. This whole I'll just take as a criteria, because once we have understood it. So I was just putting whole of the formula so that you can understand. So you can understand a formula. Now I'll be using this as a criteria. Sorry. Okay. So this is my criteria now. Now see the power of filters now. Now see the power of filters. I'll go to advanced filter now. Okay. It is taking up to E2. It has taken the whole area which I had given it earlier. Then the criteria, I'll be putting up this criteria. And now it says copy to another location. So another location could be, what I'll want is to copy this whole thing to maybe J. Okay. And I click on OK. Now, do you see what it has done is it has extracted only the payment which contained the words penalty in the narration and copied to a different location so that we could have documentation. Right. Now I'm using a very small data. In fact, you could have a much bigger data with much diverse, right? So you could just take, in one of these. Similarly, you could use other functions also. Like you could look for fine also. You could look for some specific name of related parties. You can search for that also. You can search for payments made to clubs. So in narration or heading, you got the word club, just take it to different. So means we have used simple functionality within filter and some functions, and we are able to extract. Now this also serves as a documentation. Now this, also serves as a documentation. Okay. So have you understood this function or this functionality? See, my objective, being very honest with you, is not to give you fish. I want to teach you fishing so that you could use it in different areas. Now, these are things you could use even for your routine audits, not only a text audit. You could use it for any kind of an audit, even your internal audit, where you want to extract something, you want some kind of documentation, right? So this is a wonderful way of extracting information, according to whatever parameters you choose, right? So even, you go to your, for all the kind of related party payments, you want to see whether any traveling or any expense has been made to some related party. So this is a great way of, finding whether that amount, that specific word is there in some kind of a sheet or not. Okay. So have you understood it? Yes, Mr. Rao, Prasad Rao, is it clear? Okay.
As far as clear.
Okay, that's great. That's great. So friends, that was a bit about what I wanted to. Using a cash book, we have done various things. We have extracted the balances. We have seen the daily balances, whether the negative balances. We have seen payments exceeding 10,000. We have seen multiple payments exceeding 10,000. We've also looked at, some kind of, words which are appearing in narration or in heading, which is there. So the same way, it's not only cash book. You could also have cash and bank book. And from that, through narrations, through head particulars, you could extract whatever you want. Okay. So let's take a small break, maybe a 10 minutes break, 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. Chairman, sir, how much break? So is 10-minute breaks good for you?
It's up to you, sir. Do you want to have a comfort break?
Yeah, I want to have a bit of break,
Well, sir, you can have a break.
Okay, sir. Okay, sure, sure. So 10 minutes break we'll have. After 10 minutes, I'll rejoin and we'll start the thing, right? Okay.
That's fine, sir. That's okay.
That's great.
Members, may I request you to be please stand by. In the meantime, the chairman will be joining and he will be making some announcements. Yeah. Chairman Garu, the speaker wants a 10-minute comfort break. He will be off for 10 minutes.
Okay.
In the meantime, you can.
So, friends, a small announcement regarding this national conference. Friends, as you all know that 4-day national conference, half days, we are going to conduct from 2nd of this month, 2nd of the September to 5th of the September. As you all know that President Sir Atul Kumar Gupta Sir are accepted to be the keynote speaker and the chief guest for the first day. That is second. And third, Vice President Sir Atul Nihar Jambusaria Sir accepted as the chief guest and the keynote speaker. And on third, our SIRC Chairman Dungar Chand Jain Sir are accepted as to be the keynote speaker and the chief guest of the day. And for fifth, T.N. Manoharan Sir, Padma Shri T.N. Manoharan Sir accepted to be the chief guest and the keynote speaker. And on second, the first day, we are just going about the technology aspects, how embracing the technology, cloud, SIA and cloud, and also audit tools for the SMPs, technology audit tools for the SMPs. And the second day, third, income tax, we are just having a topics of e-assessments and also how to draft e-appeals also. And the third day, it is the GST, and we are just having a session on the 9 and 9C. And also, we are planning one more session on the input tax credit. And on the fourth and final day, it will be sessions on RERA and also IBC, that is Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. So I request everyone to kindly see that they should attend, they mark their attendance compulsorily, because our branch is, as per the records, we are having more than 1,000 members. So I request each and every person to personally attend the district conference, as it is a festive occasion and also a homecoming. See, you should mark your attendance on those days compulsorily. So that is the standing that we have to take, because every person who is the member of Vijayawada branch should be present on this occasion. Because it is the festive occasion that what we are going to do it, at least one time you should compulsorily present in the district conference, or what is the national conference, that what we are going this. We have named the conference as, initially we thought of Navodaya, that is from pandemic to prosperity, it is Navodayam. And now that because it is our golden jubilee, we are calling it as Swarnodaya. So I request each one of you to see that 100% attendance is there for the district, for the national conference. We are doing with the cooperation of the small and that is committee for the small and medium practitioners committee, headed by Satish Kumar sir, and vice chairman for the committee being none other than our CAD Prasanna Kumar, Central Council member. So Central Council member Prasanna Kumar sir is the program director for the same, and seeking the support of the all AP chairman to be present over there. And we are just also planning each day from first half an hour, that is 9:30 to 10:30, 9:30 to 10 o'clock, that all the regional council members and central council members should be compulsorily present, both not only SIRC but also WRC, EARC and NIRC also, CARC also. And see that things will be just everybody visited to our digital conference, national conference, so that it will be going to be a flagship program for our branch. So I request each one of you to inform the same to your friends, relatives, whatever they may be, and compulsorily register for the national conference. We also put the modest fee for the same. It is 11 hours CPE and 700 rupees plus GST is the fee for the national conference, delegate fee for the national conference. So I request each one of you to kindly present over there for the national conference and see that your friends and every person of belonging to the Vijayawada branch should compulsorily attend for the same, because it is treated as the homecoming, because they'll be considered as the members of the branch as and when they are registered here. So whenever they are working at any other place, whether it is a Bangalore, Chennai or Hyderabad, whatever the case may be, I request to attend for this conference, national conference, compulsorily, so that we can able to meet at one point, one place, all the Vijayawada branch members and also members across the country also. Thank you for the this thing, and I request each one to mark your attendance on the national conference. Friends, in this juncture, I would like to add upon that we have completed 6 months period, me taking over as a chairman of the branch, along with the support of all MC members, management committee members. We are doing excellent programs, tons and tons of applause from across the SIRC and also ICA, so many other branches also. So we also introduced the concept of mainly ARS, that is the annual registration scheme, because once you become a member of ARS scheme, you need not pay for any programs further, so that you can get the credit of CPE hours while attending to the important things. In the next 6 months, we thought of conducting at least 2 months English speaking course, be it in a letter writing or in a grammar, English grammar also. Would like to conduct it in a daily manner from, I think, from the September 15th onwards. Like that, we would like to also conduct the Excel weekly classes by Sharon sir, already having a chat with him. Sharon sir, any one day of every week, he will conduct the class, he will give the homework for the next of the week. Like that, we'll continue up to 6 months. So that is another program that we have devised. Not only that, in the technology front, blockchain technology considered to be the toughest and the easiest at the same time, which are going to be adaptable to all members. The future mainly depends upon the blockchain technology. We are also devising a full day, 6-day course on the blockchain technology by E. Narasimhan sir, is an eminent faculty, and we are just consulting with him. And if it is possible, it will be conducted in the October or November first week, October last week or November first week. So for all these things, I request to kindly register for the ARS scheme for the because 6 months are over, and for the remaining 6 months we have diluted the fee structure also. If you pay 2,000 rupees including GST, that will be enough, and you can attend all the programs, whether CPE programs, structured or unstructured, or even general programs also, for a monthly on a day-to-day basis from the YouTube, that you can definitely you attend for the same even without paying a single penny. And for this 2,000 rupees, you will be getting 30 hours of CPE. You can attend all programs, but CPE will be restricted to the 30 hours. So I request each one of you to make use of this opportunity, and so that we can have a paid seminars, because speakers getting from all over the country, that is in a continuous mode, requires some honorarium to be paid to them. Otherwise, the quality will be lost because of the free services. So we are just asking the speakers will ready to pay some amount, and then only we are just seeking the help of the resource person. So I request each one of you to pay 2,000 inclusive of all taxes, so that you can attend the remaining 6 months all CPE programs are unstructured CPE programs, and also programs directly relate to the YouTube channel also. So I request each and every member to make use of this opportunity, and also inform to the members, to friends and relatives, so that everyone will have a benefit of having this one. I'll just see that any razor pay mode also, any mode of payment will be accepted. So from tomorrow onwards, you can start be the members of the annual registration scheme. Friends, as you all know that the type of programs that what we are doing, day in, day out payout system, even this 2,000 will actually include for the national conference, and also we are just planning another course on the advanced level of GST just before the examinations of the GST, for the benefit of the members who are attending to the GST classes. We would like to conduct an advanced course on the GST for continuous of 5 days. And also in IBC also, we are just planning a 6-day seminar, a continuous seminar for the IBC also. So everything will be covered. Everything will be covered. So I request each one of you to inform to the other members, so that everyone take the advantage of the situation. Thank you. Thank you.
The speaker is back, I think.
Yeah, please, sir.
Sir, please continue with your session, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So, okay, continuing with this, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
yes, sir.
yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is okay. Perfect.
Okay. So after understanding how using a simple cash book or bank book, which is extracted from a simple system like Tally, you can do a lot of analysis using Excel and do it pretty fast also. Okay, and pretty efficiently also. Now I'll go on to discuss some more areas with you. So one is, like I'm using a simple example for that. Often what we find is we have to do a lot of we have to check a lot of TDS compliances when we are doing tax audit. Okay, and we all know if the payment to contractor is less than 30,000, no TDS need to be deducted. But if overall during the year the amount exceeds the rupees 1 lakh, then yes, TDS is liable to be deducted. Now, the issue which often confronts us is that, yes, there are a lot of small payments which are there, but, often the issue is how to check, whether to the same contractor, the same person, payments are exceeding rupees 1 lakh. Now, Excel offers a wonderful tool, which is called subtotal. Now, using subtotal, you can aggregate expenses based on any criteria you want. Okay. Now I'm taking a simple example here. We got different dates on which payment have to be made to different contractors. But I want to check for each of these contractors what is the aggregate payment which has been made during the reference period or the year or whatever the period is, right? Now, friends, for this purpose, we got a wonderful feature which is there in Excel. If I go to Data tab and I go extreme right, here we got this wonderful function which is called subtotal. Now, subtotal can be used to quickly calculate rows of related data by inserting subtotals and totals. Now, it's a wonderful function which we can use. Now, the way to use subtotal is if I just look at subtotal first. That says at each change in, means whenever there is a change in something, use the function. So you can use it for sum, count, average, so many different functions are there. And then, it says, what do you want to do? Where do you want to add the subtotal to? Okay, so if you give all these kind of inputs, within an instant, I'll get everything, whatever result I want. Okay. But for that, what I need is I need to sort this data first, because right now this data is not sorted contractor wise. I want a contractor wise subtotal during the specified period or the year or whatever the period is. Okay. So I'll go to a simple sort. Okay. Now this is a quick sort we have. Okay. So I could go to sort or I could just go to quick sort. So just one quick sort and my data is sorted now, which is contractor wise. Now friends, I can go to subtotal. Okay. Now my question is, what do you put here at each change in? What is the parameter do I put? Considering the data which is there. At each change in contractor, wonderful. Okay. So we'll have it for contractor and the function we are using is sum. Okay. And subtotal to amount. So amount is a field which I want to subtotal on. And I click on OK. And see, it has beautifully done the subtotals for each of these contractors. It has created a subtotal. And the beauty of the function is it has also done grouping. If you look here, you'll have 3-level grouping has also been done. So if you want only the aggregate view for each of the contractors, you just click on 2. So what you got is now contractor by okay. So for each of the contractors, total subtotal is, and we got 2 contractors where the total sum during the year or whatever period is there is exceeding the rupees 1 lakh. So some tedious liability is there, right? So subtotal is a wonderful function with which, just with one click, you could get all the data. So there are different levels you could see. Third level is the expanded view. This is the collapsed view. Okay. And further you could have, if you go to 1, you got an overall view also. So, but what we'd be interested in is some kind of, a level 2 view where each of the contractors payment would be there, and you can expand it also. So it's a beautiful feature with which you could aggregate payments to the same pay or the same person or same contractor, so that you could just look at whether the TDS liability is there or not. Okay. Because TDS liability, again, a lot of attention is there on TDS liability within your form 3CD. So all those compliances you can check using the function subtotal, which is here. Okay. Now subtotal, if you just look at, I'll just coming back to this one. So you've got one more option, which is page break between groups. So if you want to create different sheets for different contractors, so you can just start this option. With that, what will happen is you can even create for different pages, or different prints would be there on different pages for that. So we got this wonderful functionality which is there, which is the TDS, relating to TDS. Now one more functionality we'd be looking at is the TDS due date. So this due date you could use wherever there is some kind of due date. Okay. For example, for ESI payments, you got a due date. Okay. And similarly for TDS, you got a due date. For EPF payments, there is a due date. And we have to give a report on whether it has been deposited within the due date or not. Okay. Now Excel offers you wonderful functionality with which you can check, when is the due date, and you could compare the actual date with the due dates which are there. Okay. And it is obviously the 7th of next month. Okay. Now one thing before I go forward is this working with dates. Now dates, friends, within Excel are an altogether different thing. Okay. Because if you look at dates, if I go to home and I convert this into a number, now what I get is a number rather than a date. Now, my question to the esteemed audience, can somebody tell me what is this number? Can somebody in the chat tell me what is this number? What does this number represent? Okay. Now, friends, okay, Bonada, wonderful. So it is number of days since 1st January 1900. So for Excel, the base date is 1/1/1900. Excel knows nothing about dates. The only thing it knows is that how many days have elapsed since 1/1/1900. So if I just put in a 111900, let me say 111900. Sorry. Okay, and I format it as a number. What I get is number 1 because that is the first day for Excel. So that's the reason, Excel can't handle any dates which are prior to 111900. Okay. Now, suppose I make it 2. Okay. And I format it as a date. Sorry. If I format it as a date, so what do I get? 2nd of January 1900 means for Excel it is the second day. So basically, this day 43565 is the number of days elapsed since 1900. Means so many dates have elapsed. That is why date calculations are very easy for Excel, because for Excel at the end of it, at the back end is always a number. Okay, only at the front end you see a date. Okay, at the front end you see a date. It is at the back end, it's a number. So it's only a format which is visible to you as a date. Okay, but its whole calculation, its whole engine, runs in the form of some kind of a number. Okay, now if we look at this date, then there's a wonderful function within Excel, which is called EO month. Which stands for end of the month. Okay. Now, end of the month says returns the serial number of the last day of the month. Means we have already understood date is a number, right? Date is a number, right? So if you go to EO month, it says start date. Now this is my start date. Okay. Then it says after how many months do you want, some kind of an output. So I could add some months if I want. But here, in our case, what is happening is we are saying that the date of the due date is 7th of the next month. So what I'd want is to put in as a 0. Okay. And what I get is the end of the month, right? And if I add 7 days, means I'll get the next date. So if you just put in this formula, now what I get is 7/5/2019. So what I get is a due date now. Okay, I get all the due dates. So with one simple click, I've got all the due dates. Now these due dates I could compare with the actual date of payments, because in 3CD you need to report what is the due date and what is the date of actual payment. Okay. Similarly, you could do for ESI, for EPF, you can just calculate the due dates. And then you could just, correlate that with the actual date of payment to see whether there's any delay or not. If the delay is there, you need to report it and all those kind of things, you need to do. Now, just to get the due date, so we got this wonderful function within Excel, which could, because it could be long list, especially TDS on contractors. In a typical MSc also, it's a huge list. So we need to check when is the date of payment and maybe correlate with the actual payments which have been made. Okay. So this is just a simple and a great way of doing it, because this function EO month, okay, we give the input as a date and a 0 because we are talking of this month only. And we add 7 days to that. So what we get is the 7th of the next month. Okay. So have you understood this function? How we can calculate the dates out of this one? Anybody in the chat? Okay, good. Now, after understanding a bit about how different, clauses which are there in TDS, Excel could help you with that. Okay. So I'll move to some more general things about assurance. Okay. And in the process also understood various functions, which could help us in these kind of things. Okay. Now, let's say these are some sales files. And in this, we got sales, then IGST, CGST, SGST, and the total amounts. So one thing I'd like to check is, whether is there any sales which should have been a CGST, on which CGST had to be paid, IGST has been paid, or vice versa by mistake or whatever reasons, right? So this is something which I'd want to check, right? Now, for this matter, what I do is I've got all these, customers who are here, But what I'd want is I'd want their GSTN numbers. Okay, I'd want their GSTN numbers so that I can check how much of this is interstate sale and how much of this is intrastate sale. Okay, and as we all know that the first two characters of your GSTN number, represent the state. Okay. Now we got all these customers which are here and their corresponding GSTIN numbers which are there. So my question is, I want GSTIN number of all these customers. Anybody in the chat? How I can get that? Which Excel function I could use again to extract the date? VLOOKUP. Wonderful, Murthy. Wonderful. VLOOKUP. Now, VLOOKUP says what? VLOOKUP wants 4 inputs. What to find, where to find, which column you want the result from, how do you want to find it. So it wants 4 inputs. Okay. So what I say is VLOOKUP. Now my question is, what should I put here? Anybody in the chat? Lookup value means what to find. Anybody in the chat? Name. Okay. So I'll put a customer, right? So customer is something I want to search. That's a lookup value. Now, where do I want to find? I want to find it in. Now, what is the range I should give? Anybody in the chat? What is the range I should give? A and B. Murthy, are you sure? Will this work? Ravi Kishore, will this work? My question. Will this work? Yes. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. See, try to understand. VLOOKUP works from left to right. Right? It works from left to right. So your searchable column should be the leftmost column. And the column from which you want the result should be to the right of it. Yes. Okay. Searchable column have to be to the right of the column you are searching. So first thing which I need to do is I need to reverse these, means I want a GSTN number which needs to be copied here. Okay. Now I can use it. Okay. Now I could say VLOOKUP. Okay. What to find, where to find. Okay. Now I'll go to the GSTN. I'll select this range, freeze it. Okay. Okay. To make it static, absolute. Now my question, it says column index number. Which column do you want to find the result? Now my question to you, what should I put here? What is the value I should enter? Raviji, wonderful. It should be the value 2, right? Because if you think of, no, Mr. Shirishar, not the name column, the GSTN column you want, right? Now try to understand what it says is what to find and where to find and which column do you want the result from. Just see, it does like this and this too, right? So you want to the second column to the right of the column you are searching. So you'll put in a 2. Okay. And then it says, do you want an exact match or approximate match? In this case, I'd want an exact match. And if you look at exact match, it says false. And false in computer language also means a 0. So you could write a false or you could just put in a 0. Okay. You'll be getting the result, right? So I got the, I just copied across, but in one case, I have not got the result. I get a NA. And this is Milky Way. So let me see. So here I got a Milky Way, which is there, and a GSTN is there, but I have not, it says not found, right? Can anybody tell me what the reason could be? What the reason could be? Means why I'm not able to, find it. Spaces, perfect. So there could be empty spaces. Spelling is same. Here also it's Milky Way, and in this case also it is Milky Way. Spelling is same. But the issue could be if there is any space. Now that's a limitation with VLOOKUP. It can't take care of spaces. Okay. Now, if you just have a look here, I'll copy this one in GSTN. Okay. And if I just put an is equal to, if I just say is equal to, it should be true, but it's coming as false, means something is not right. Now, Excel has got a wonderful function which is called trim. Now, trim can be used to remove extra spaces, right? So we could use trim again to clean this data, right? And I just copy this across. Okay. Now my data is clean. I again paste it special back there. Okay. I just paste it special. Now if you go to sales book, now the Milky Way has also come because the problem was you need to clean the data, right? So the data was not clean. So trim and all these things are wonderful functions with which you could just clean the data. Now, once I've got this, now I want to extract the state code out of this. Okay. I want to extract the state code. Now, my question to you, what is the Excel function I can use or how I could get the state code, means 09 or something. Okay. Left. Okay. Wonderful. So I could use the function left. I could use the function left with 2 characters. So left function gives you leftmost characters. Yes, Vidya, we can use flash fill and we'll use, just in a minute. Okay. So what I've extracted is left out of this whole thing, right? So I go with the left. I get all the state codes. Now we all know if it is the same state, then it is intrastate. And if it's outside the state, it is interstate involving IGST. Now becomes much easier for us. And by the time, because Vidya has talked about flash fill, let me discuss this wonderful function which has come in Excel 2013. And that function is called flash fill. Now, flash fill is based on machine learning. Okay. It's based on machine learning, right? So Excel learns with you. Okay. So if I take 09, so I'm just taking a 09. Now, I want Excel to extract based on the pattern I have given. So it is based on pattern recognition, machine learning. So I just go with the flash fill. I get all of them. So my whole column is filled with the pattern which it has extracted from the first one, because in the first one I put in a 09. Now Excel has understood the pattern it wants is first 2 digits. Okay. So it has extracted all these numbers which are there, which, is the state code. Okay, so what we've done is in the process, we have extracted the GSTN, we've extracted the state. Okay, now once you extracted the state, and if I go to filter, now it's an easy question of, looking at the same state and a different state, right? So I belong to the state UP and UP is the code 09. So I just go in for 09. Okay. And I click on that. I find all are as CGST, SGST, but there is one case which has been wrongly billed as IGST, even though it is billed to UP, but still, there has been a wrong thing. So again, I could just put up further filter and I could just remove the blanks. So what I'll get is there is not one, there are 2 cases where they have been wrongly been billed as IGST rather than CGST or SGST. I'm just clearing the filter again. Okay. And this time I am selecting interstate, sorry. Okay. So I got all these cases. And if I just put up a filter for CGST, I find there is some value in CGST also. So there's one case which has been billed to a different state, but has wrongly been booked as CGST, SGST. So that's a bit about how filter and all these things could be used for assurance, how you could use something like a VLOOKUP, okay? Or the latest function is XLOOKUP. XLOOKUP is much more versatile as compared to VLOOKUP, okay? It's a wonderful function which has come in, okay? Let me show you XLOOKUP also. Now, this is a wonderful function which has been recently introduced, and it doesn't have the issues which are commonly there with VLOOKUP. The first issue is VLOOKUP only looks to the right, but not such an issue with XLOOKUP. Said what Mars and Pluto, that is what I want to look up. Now then it says lookup array. Now because it says lookup array, earlier it said table array. Now because it is saying lookup array, so I'll just go with the customer. Okay, this is where I want to look. Okay. And if you look at the next function, it says return array. Now return array means where do you want the return? Now because it says return array, which is different from table array. Now the data could be to the left or right. It doesn't matter, right? It could be a row also, not an issue, right? So I'll just freeze this also, right? And now it says if not found, means if there is no result, what do you want? Because if you have used VLOOKUP, one common issue with VLOOKUP is, you get all those NAs not found, just like we saw in Milky Way. Now here you could just replace with something you want. You want an exact match. Plenty of different ways are there. I'll go with a 0. And not only you could search from top to bottom, you could search from bottom to top also, right? So I'll just keep a 1. So see, it is pretty more versatile as compared to VLOOKUP. So again, I get the result, right? So I'm just clicking it, I get all the results. So point is, these are new functions which are being introduced. Shortcut for freeze is F4, shift function key F4. Okay. So we've seen the Excel functionality. Okay. So I'll just do a reality check on what we have done. Okay, so friends, we had a look at how we can format a report. Means 3CD and all concatenate, we used it to format a report. Then we looked at various functions with which we could get various reporting requirements. Okay, like TDS compliance, like specific words which are there, fine, penalty, club payments, payment to relatives. So all those things you could understand that. And we also in the process understood filtering and how we could do it. Then we also understood how we could seek assurance in terms of like seeing whether the TDS has been done properly, whether other things have been done properly. We saw some Excel usage for that. And I'll want to talk a bit about various advanced tools which are there. Okay. So I'd want to talk about some advanced tools also. Okay. Now, friends, Excel is a wonderful tool. But still, for the same thing, you got to do some steps which are there. Whereas now we got many of the tools which have become available with which you could do the things with perhaps a single click. Okay, that's all you require. Okay, so something which could take you a lot of steps. And I always believe that we should be working efficiently. We should be working efficiently. Okay, so let us look at some of those options. Now, the first option I'll be, when I'm talking of audit tools, is okay. So when I'm just taking a blank sheet now. So one of the first option I'm talking when I'm talking of audit tool is we got this audit tool like ECAT. Now, ECAT is an audit tool. It's an add-in which adds on to Excel. Okay, it has been developed by Abdul Rafiq Sahab from Bangalore. He's very passionate about CAT tools. Okay. So it just built this tool, with which you could do a lot of things just with one click. Okay, with one click you could do a lot of things. Okay, so you could do it very easily with just one click. Okay, you can extract things as per your requirement. Okay, then a typical problem which happened with most of the people were, no, you'll have to buy it with you could go to their site, windsor.com. That is the site. Okay. So it's an add-in. Once you buy it, it gets added to your Excel and it works within your Excel. Okay. So, along with ECAT, he has prepared TCAT also. Now, TCAT is a one-step extraction from Tally. So you could have any kind of a Tally, whatever you want. You could have just a one-click extraction from Tally. Okay. Let's try a couple of things so that you get a hang of, how to use these tools, and if you want to see the power of these tools. Okay. For this, some Tally has to be there. Let me see if I've got it. Oh, okay. So one Tally is open. Oh, okay. Now, one of the things, for assurance purpose, you'd be interested in is finding some kind of information about the company. So with one click, you can import whatever information you want from the company, system information, security features, because you'd want to know the reliability and integrity of the system also at the same time. Okay. So you could do with one click. Okay. There are a lot of masters, you could just extract with one click. So you could select any of these masters with one click, they'll come. Let's take a simple case. I'll take expense ledgers. So I want to go for expense ledgers. Okay. Whatever are there in Tally, and I just click on OK. See, with one click, all my masters come in indexed. If I go to expense ledgers, see, in one click, all the expenditures have come. So if you look at this, a lot of information comes out of that, which is a parent group, which is a primary group, what is the opening balance, what are the previous year balance, what are this quarter balances. Okay. Has the data been altered at any point of time? Okay. Is the TDS on? So all these are control features which you'd like to check, as an auditor, that what is the reliability of the system, right? So with one click, you get everything about the expense ledgers. Okay. You get all the information which is there in one click. So a lot of information you get out of that. What are the expenditure heads and what are the groups and what is the opening balance, what is the previous balance, what is this quarter balance. Plenty of information is available just with one click. Okay. Now, Vidya, this is specific to TCAT. Okay, this TCAT is meant for Tally because this is a Tally. Because Tally is one of the, I'll say, most used application accounting system which is available. So right now this tool has been built for Tally. Because one issue is often when the data is in Tally, you want to import the data, you want to analyze it for various parameters. Okay, then you need the data. Okay, like same way, we've done some, so masters, you get a lot of masters you can extract. Even in Daybook, if you look at, they got some wonderful functionalities. Okay, one could be about transactions. Okay, now you want to import all the, let's say, cash transactions, the kind we had done earlier with the cash book and we just sorted it out, right? So what I want is I want to extract, let's say all the cash transactions. Okay. Okay. So I want to have all the cash transactions. So I could just get all the cash transactions with narrations or whatever. Okay. Probably in one go. So in one go, I get all the transactions. Okay. Along with the debit and the credit balances, which is okay. Now this becomes lot easier. Okay. Now let's say I don't want a party name and maybe I think so it is Priya. Okay. So Priya something is name of the wife of director. I want to search for related parties. Okay. Let me check up if I remember. There's an old data which is there. Okay. Now see the penalty paid for traffic violation, right? So you just put on a penalty, you'll be getting all these kind of things. Okay. So whatever you want, you could just extract in one go. Okay. So let's say I want penalty, right? So I could extract the data relating to penalty. Now with this, I could use with ECAT. This I could use with ECAT. Now ECAT, I want to search I want to find and navigate. Okay, I want to look in the cash book. I want to find the value penalty. I want to find penalty. I want to match cell contents, and I want to find. So in one click, I've got this cash book narration B263 fines and penalty being the penalty paid for traffic violation. Now within one click, I've got it. Now this even goes a way ahead. Okay, let me try another thing. Okay, whenever your tally is open, Venugopalji, it automatically gets linked. Whenever your tally is open, so through ODBC, it automatically gets linked. Okay, so whichever tally and the client is open, so it gets linked to this one through ODBC. Okay. Now let's say I want transactions. Let me use a very simple thing. I want to extract. And I want to put up a criteria also. Now the criteria we've seen is I want to see whether in narration it contains penalty. Okay, I want all those cases where the narration contains penalty. Now mind it, I am not at all extracting cash. I'm not the cash book or nothing. I'm not using it. I am directly using TCAT, and I want to extract all those which contain, where the narration contains penalty, right? So I'm just clicking on OK. Okay, sorry. So I'm selecting all the ledgers, and although I should have taken expense, would have been better. So because it will be searching for all the heads, will take a bit more time. But let's see, I think so. We should have it. Okay, so we got two cases where the fine and penalty is there, being penalty paid for traffic violation by driver's car. So I mean, say you don't even need to go to cash. You don't even need to extract the cash balances. Okay, with just one click, you can search the entire thing and you could get whatever you want. Okay. Let me try one more. Okay. So what I want is, you want to search for expenditure and you want to search something within expenditure. Okay. What you could go to is, you want to find all the expenditure transactions. Okay. Let me say I want to extract all the expenses. Okay. And in ledger, okay, let me go in for all of them. And I click on OK. Now with one click, I'll be getting all the expenditures which have been paid, along with their amounts, along with their, some kind of narrations. Now see, I got all the expenditures, okay, voucher number, debit, and even the whole narration. So makes it much, much easier to look at the transactions, to effectively audit the whole area. Okay. Now, there are plenty of features like this within this tool, with which you could make your job of audit much, much easier. You can extract data from Tally, especially if you're doing within Tally. It's a wonderful tool with which you could just get the data from Tally with one click. And then, you could just, explore it and do plenty of things. Okay, let me show you one more very interesting feature which is there. Okay. So again, I'm going to daybook, and I'm going in for ledger vouchers. Okay. Now, what I want to do is, again, I'd want to analyze expenditures. I'll select all the expenditures. Now, this time I'm not only getting the expenditures, I want to see a trend line also. I want to see what is the trend. Now, for example, there is a rent payment which should be constant throughout the year. Okay. Or there could be, some other payments which should be like kind of constant across the months, across payments. But do you see any kind of variation in that? See, you could easily see something like this with some kind of trend lines. Okay. So what I want to do is, for all these expenditures, I want to create a trend line. Means I want a trend, what are the various payments which are there. So I could just go for trend lines. I want to create trend lines out of this. Okay. All the expenditures. Since there's a lot of data, so it'll take a bit of time. Okay, so I got all the data now. Okay, so I'll just click on OK and oh, sorry. Now see, for each of the expenditures, it has added a trend line. These are the various payments which are there. I have done it from in a kind of a descending order. So for the same expenditure, all these various payments have been made. So you see how much easier it is to look at the data with this kind of a trend line. Now you know the various expenditures which are there. Same way you could have for different areas. For debtors you could have, for specific accounts you could have. So you see a trend line, right? Now with this trend line, looking at the data becomes much easier. Much easier. Okay. You could go by the groups, you could go by some specific heads, you could go by all the heads, you could go by the debtors, you could go by the debit balances, you could go by the credit balances. Means once you get a trend line, you have a feel of the data. You have a feel of the data where the data needs to be some kind of constant. Then is the data constant or are we having some kind of erratic data? So that gives you a lot of insight into the data. Okay. So friends, that was TCAT. So TCAT has got a lot of features. Okay. You could extract from trial and all these areas, transactions, for inventory, for cost center, for payroll, for GST. So virtually, if it's a tally, you can extract the data, then you could just go in for some kind of analysis on that. Now, two methods are there. Some of the analysis are directly available in TCAT. Okay. You can query, you can have different ways of having your trials. Okay. You could have different ways of querying the data. So plenty of these options are there. Then this wonderful tool is ECAT. Now ECAT lets you do a lot of things. ECAT lets you do a lot of things. You can find things, you can find analysis. Okay. You could do some kind of a relative size factor analysis. Okay. So here you got relative size factor which you could do. So plenty of different options are there. Different kind of analysis you can do using ECAT and TCAT. So they are a great way of analyzing data because for an audit, see, Excel is a wonderful audit tool, but Excel has not been made for audit, right? So that is why for finding something, you got to do a lot of steps. Whereas in the case of audit tools, they've been designed for audit. Okay. They've been designed for audit and something which could take ages otherwise. Here you could do just in one click. Okay. Here you could do just in one click. Okay. What if the data is on a different software other than Tally? So then, what you could do is you could extract data from that system. So it all depends on what's the kind of system it is. If you get the reports either in a text form, you convert it into, this. If you get data in text form, you convert it into Excel and do some analysis. Now this analysis could be done using ECAT or some other software, right? So many softwares are there. It all depends on the extent and the volume of data. Okay. Now if you're talking of SAP, most likely the data would be huge. If the data is huge, then you need to have some kind of an audit tool like IDEA or ACL or something to do the data. So the point is, if the data can come within Excel, yes, you could use an Excel as a tool. But if the data is huge and you can't have it in Excel, then you have to need some kind of a tool which is beyond Excel. Okay. Right, Murliji? Okay. So once I've talked about this tool, ECAT and TCAT, so it's got many features which can be used. Okay. Now I'll talk about one more tool, okay, which is MDA tool. Now, for SME or small firms, okay, tax audit, even for tax audit, we need some kind of an assurance about the data, right? So we got a tool. One more tool I'd like to discuss is that is called MDA audit tool. Now, this is an MDA audit tool. Now, MDA audit tool comes from the same company which has this MDA software, which is used for income tax filing. The same company has this tool, MDA audit tool. Now, typical issue which is there with, most of us is that data is huge. And here we got to give a very specific reporting. So a lot of time getting that reporting, getting the data and then analyzing it and that kind of reporting becomes very, very tough. Okay. Now, that is where the power of tools comes. You could have any amount of data, okay, it can still be imported, and a lot of analysis is done on the fly in a tool like MDA. Okay. Now, this MDA tool gives you facility where you can where you can import data from Tally directly, where you can import data from Busy, from some other softwares. Yes, you can do it. Otherwise, the data has to be in Excel to come to the tool and to be analyzed. Now, I'll take a very simple case. I'm just taking one sample hypothetical case. So this MDA tool, I've imported the data already. If I just show you, okay, there's just one click export. So I just use MDA tool. My data is exported and it can directly be imported into the MDA audit tool. This is available both in the cloud version as well as a desktop version, depending on the your preference. Okay, so I'll just take a simple example. I got this fictitious company which is Galaxy, some data for that which I've already imported. Now just look at it. I just need to click on that. Okay, I just click on that. So my data is already imported. Now once my data is imported, if you look at this, lot of analytics is all built in. You can create more, but a lot of it is already built in. If you just look at their primary checklist, okay, that's a huge, it's a storehouse of things you would want as an auditor. It's a storehouse of things you'd want as an auditor. Now, if you just look at it, is the trial tallied? Are there any errors? Okay, debtors have accounts with credit balances. So with one click, it has got everything. Debtors account with no entries of sales. Okay, debtors accounts having entries of sale but not classified as debtor. So all kind of anomalies you could find with just one click. Debtors having no GSTN numbers. Creditors with debit balances. Similarly, for purchase, a lot of analysis it does. So if you want to look at any of these, you just need to click at it. It's all hyperlinked. Okay, so there are some entries which are there in the opening. Okay. So some 11 entries are there. You just one click, again there is a hyperlink. So means you can go from one end to the other end, right? So I'm reverting back to the list. Okay. Now see, all cash payments above 10,000. Now just imagine, there we had to extract the cash book, do some filtering, put up some convoluted formulas to get it, some kind of entries above 10,000. Here with one click you are getting all the cash payments above 10,000, and even same pay, same date. If the payment is aggregate is exceeding 10,000, this will report. Okay, so with one click you got everything. Okay, so amount has been paid some 15,000 to, these are 12 entries which are there. Okay, so with one click you are getting everything. Okay, that is, friends, the power of tools. That is the amazing power of tools we have. Okay, just let me, okay. So you can also export this report to Excel in case you want, because that way you can maintain your documentation about that. Okay, now if you look at this one, cash receipts above 20,000, above 2 lakh. Okay, there is a requirement under 269T that all the cash receipts above 2 lakh. Okay, there's a requirement, there is nothing. Okay, accounts which may be hit by section 269ST now. If you just look at, there is one case which is reporting could be hit by 2000. Okay, now if I look at, there is some party which is there, and I just click on this one. Now see, there is a wonderful hyperlink. From there you can enter anywhere you want. Okay, and if you look at, this is a cash payment of 10,000, right? And the balance is 4,31,000, and the credit amount is 10,000, right? Now similarly, one more cash payment of 10,000, another 10,000, another 10,000, another 10,000, means they have, it could be liable for 269 ST, right? 10,000, another 10,000, and at the same time the balances are huge. So means maybe these could be the transactions which need to be reported in 3CD. Okay, in a routine thing, probably I would say, just tell me, is it possible to do this kind of analysis otherwise manually? I don't think so it's possible. If you don't have the tools, you can't do it. Within Tally, how much analysis for each of the accounts you can really do? I doubt if this kind of analysis you could do manually. Okay, Now, okay, now the cash balances, negative balances, average balances, highest balances, lowest balances, okay, even opening trial balance, entries posted on holidays. Now, these are things we need to look at. Okay, accounts squared up during the year. Again, we need to look at these accounts. Accounts with same opening closing balances, account with no transactions. Okay, so plenty of information it is giving you on the fly. With one click, you are getting all this kind of information. Not only that, if you see, there are many advanced analytics which it does. Okay, Benford, probably some of you might know, Benford is a wonderful tool. Okay, so here with one click, you could have, I would say Benford analysis you could do. The relative size factor is a wonderful tool. Now, relative size factor, let me tell you, relative size factor is the ratio of the largest to second largest. And in audit industry, if the ratio is more than 10, it is considered significant. Now, point is, if the ratio is more than 10, then the highest figure is exceeding the routine transactions which are there. Okay. Now, there's a very high, relative size factor. Relative size factor is, as I said, is highest to second highest value. Now, if that is very, very high, we at least need to look at those exceptional transactions which are there and could throw up a lot of things. Okay, like in this case, let's have a look. Okay, I'm parking my chart this side. Okay, somehow I'm just closing my chart for a moment, right? Now here we got repairs and maintenance. Now repair and maintenance, the highest value is 42,500 and the second highest is only 548. That means what? The second highest is 548 and the average value is 299. It means 42,500 is an exceptional transaction. So we at least need to have a look at it. Okay, and where the RSF is 77.55. Now, if I just click on this one, let me check. Okay, so I go to repair and maintenance now. Now I can drill down from there. So now I'm looking at the repair and maintenance. Now repair and maintenance routine things are 156 and so on and so forth. And there is a cost of packing machine. There is a cost of packing machine which has been booked to repair and maintenance during the year. Means what? It means capital expenditure has been hived off to an expense. So this amount should have been booked to that head of PP, and instead it has been hived off to some kind of an expense account. And in TDS also, if you remember in 3CD, there is a specific reporting. Any amount which is a capital expenditure has been, booked to some kind of an expense account. We need to do a specific reporting for that. Now through that, a lot of things could come up. Okay, like second highest value is 52,000 for one of the customers, and the highest value is rupees 38 lakh. Now, is it correct or not? I mean, we can check. So just by going through, RSF, we could get a lot of information, and the whole RSF you get on the fly in this kind of a tool. Okay. Then loans under 216 SS, T, all these are extracted. Okay. Now you could get reports on these loans if they are there. Are they squared up? Is it in cash? So get all these. Then you got expense to sale ratio, right? So you got all the expenses to sale ratio. Okay. So you got a wonderful ratio for expense to sale. And then there is expense analysis also. Now, beautiful tool. How much it is through cash? How much is through bank? Okay. Wonderful analysis. Not only that, if you look at this one, it's got a whole trend analysis also. Bank charges, what are the trends? Which different heads, what are the trends? So it gives you trend analysis, month-wise trend analysis also, along with a wonderful chart which is there. Okay. Similarly, closing balances and all that. So not only this, you could do GST analysis. Now in purchase, if you look at rate difference in purchase from the same vendor, same item, different purchase rates, right? Rate difference in purchase from the different vendors. For the same item, purchase from different vendors, rate is different. Material wise percentages, vendor wise percentages. Similarly, friends, in sales, rate difference in sale to the same customer, sale to different customers, material wise percentages. So point which I wish to make is not only for tax audit. Now, this kind of a tool could be a wonderful tool for you, for your internal audits, for your statutory audits, and I'll say any kind of audits you do. At least you get a kind of a, what I'll say is a confidence, whenever you're doing an audit. and you could provide a good value addition to your client also with these kind of tools which is there. Okay. That was MDA tool. So let me start the chat because it was see, in terms of real estate, I got a just small screen where I got, my things going on and some videos and all going on. So let me okay. MDA tool is linked to Tally. Barnadaji, MDA tool can be linked to Tally means you can import the data. Let me show you. See, you can import data from various tools. From Tally, there is an inbuilt, TDL through which you can import the data. Busy, again, they got a inbuilt import. One click, your data would be imported. Okay. FarVision, some software, again, accounting software used in real estate. One click import. Okay. Then again, from Excel, you can import any kind of data. If it is in proper formats, it can import data and do this kind of analysis just in a couple of minutes. That's all it takes. Just a couple of minutes. That's all it takes. Okay. So the point which I wish to make to you primarily is, friends, if we want to remain relevant, we'll have to embrace technology. And if we really want to give value to our clients and really we want to survive in future, one thing is certain is we'll have to embrace technology. And Excel and all these tools are wonderful tools, okay, with which we can enhance the value we are adding to our clients. Okay. Because future is very different for us. Future is very different. Something which worked in the past is not going to work in the future. I'm pretty sure of that. A lot of accountability is coming. We'll have to, be cautious about all the kind of, accountability which is coming day in and day out. You're getting news that, like CAs are being investigated or, some kind of things coming up. So we'll have to remain cautious about whatever we do. And we'll have to provide a value to the clients also at the same time. Okay. Okay. So friends, just to have a recap, we looked at formatting a report using concatenate. I just show you a simple tool, works beautifully with reports. Okay, has helped me a lot. I believe to you also it will help a lot. We saw various requirements within 3CD, how we can handle using Excel. Okay, regarding more than 10,000 payments, regarding various fines and penalties, regarding payments to clubs. Okay, so all these things we're able to use Excel for that. And then we talked about Excel for assurance. So we talked about how we can use things like VLOOKUP, XLOOKUP, various new functions, how we could use left, how we could use something like a flash fill. Okay, we can use all these kind of tools. And then I went on to audit tools. In audit tools, I talked about two tools primarily. One is a TCAT and a ECAT. Both they are complementary tools, but let me tell you, for the purpose of audit, they are kind of indispensable. I find them indispensable in the way because when you are doing analysis, something you'll do in hours with this kind of a tool, you can do within minutes. Okay, within minutes you can extract data. Within minutes you can analyze data. You could get some wonderful results within minutes. Okay. Then I talked about tool, which was MDA audit tool. Now, MDA could be a wonderful tool to be used in some kind of a situation. It could be for a simple audit like a tax audit. It could be for internal audit, right? Because you got a lot of value addition when you talk of MDA tool. So that value addition could add value to your clients. So it's a really wonderful tool you could use not only for tax audits, for internal audits, for statutory audits. Okay. And it gives a built-in facility where you can extract data from, Tally or Busy or all these applications which are used by most of the SMEs, because most of the SMEs today use something like a Tally or a Busy. So it gives you an inbuilt facility where you can just extract the data and do some kind of analysis. So Sachinder asks, can data be imported from SAP? Well, the data has to be in Excel. So if they got a specified data format, if you can extract data from SAP, take it to that specified format you have, then it can be imported and all the analysis we saw can be done. Yes, it can be done. Okay, but it has to be there. There is no direct link to SAP. Okay, but yes, it has to be through some kind of an Excel. It can come in. Okay.
But SAP data also can be imported to Excel, sir.
Yeah. Excel. See, from
There is
SAP.
no problem in importing SAP.
See what I'm saying.
Data from SAP to Excel, there is no problem. We can import from SAP.
I agree. What I'm saying is SAP to Excel and Excel to MDA. So the question is probably, can data be imported from SAP? If you're talking
directly, it may not be possible, but only the
yes,
thing is you have to extract for Excel and then you can do it with MDA.
Yes. Sure. See, Excel, it can come from SAP, but I thought it is because the earlier question was about MDA tool. So directly to MDA tool, data cannot be go from SAP to MDA tool. So there has to be something in between, some kind of an Excel. So that to Excel and Excel to MDA. So, okay, friends, any queries? Anybody?
Sir, on behalf of the members and on myself, can I ask you one or two queries, if you permit me?
Sure.
Sir, this Excel you have explained us, and thereafter you have demonstrated three tools: TCAT, ECAT, and this MDL tool. Sir, one query is, if we subscribe for MDL tool, again, is it necessary for us to go for TCAT and ECAT also?
No.
Or MDL tool is enough?
See, Mr. Kishore, it's a question of what is my requirement, right? So all these tools are different. They've got different capabilities. Okay, they got different ways of doing it. So if it's only a question of analysis from Tally, then MDA tool is pretty good, right? But if you're talking of routine things we can do within Excel, because in Excel, apart from audit, apart from getting data from Tally, there are plenty of other analysis we do. So if we talk of that, then ECAT is a very, very good tool. Now, again, if you want to extract data from Tally with a single click, get it to Excel and do some of the analysis yourself or using some kind of an ECAT, then friends, TCAT is good. So see, all these three tools are independent. I could say they are more of like complementary to each other rather than supplementary. Means I can't replace one with another. So it all depends on what is the kind of analysis you wish to do. So if it's only like, MDA tool is a wonderful tool if we want to do just a bit of analysis, which we take from Tally and we are doing that kind of analysis. But if we want to extend my analysis to some other areas also, which are not there within MDA, then probably I need the data in Excel. And there I need to do some analysis. So there I'll be needing something like a TCAT, or a directly using ODBC I import from Tally, and then using ECAT I do some analysis. So it's all a question of requirement. I won't say that one tool is better than another, or some kind of. So these tools are kind of complementary and have their different functionalities.
Sir, one thing we should appreciate, one thing is for sure, that these three tools, at least myself has heard it or has watched the demonstration for the first time in my career of 25 years of practice. And we got very, very useful information from you. We appreciate and thank you very much for that. Sir, one more thing, one more query is, what would be the pricing? Can the young chartered accountants who have newly come into practice, or maybe having a 5 years or 6 years practice like that, will they be in a position to afford these type of softwares? Can you give us an idea of the pricing?
Yeah. See, ECAT, TCAT is, I think so, somewhere around 15,000. I'm not aware of the exact price right now. But for chartered accountants, I think so, Rafiq sir is giving some kind of a discount. And I guess it was something around 8 to 10,000, which I last remember. So it's not a very high price. No.
Is it a lifetime license?
It's a yearly thing with some kind of a maintenance also, right? It's a yearly. It means whatever the price is, so that would be there, plus yearly some updation maintenance is there. Okay. Similarly, for MDA, if I guess right, it was something around 25,000. But if you look at the overall value you get out of it and the kind of time you could save, that is phenomenal. That is really phenomenal.
Sir, we would appreciate you if our members are provided with the links for subscription. Of course, we can Google that.
See, what you could do is just because you just Google. One is Windsor. I'll give you address of Mr. Rafiq. Okay, Mr. Abdul Rafiq. I'll just give you the mail ID. You could just talk to him and get some information. Rafiq at Rafiq 786 at gmail.com. So this is address of Mr. Rafiq, who has built this ECAT and TCAT. So he's a chartered accountant from Bangalore and very passionate about these tools. So you could just talk to Mr. Rafiq. He could give you all the details. Okay. And as far as MDA is concerned, MDA, I think so you can just Google. You'll be getting the exact mail ID or the link for that. MDA tool. I'm just writing the name for the benefit. Okay. It is MDA audit tool. Now MDA audit tool. Okay. So somebody's already put the link. So it is mdaaudit.in. Okay. So that link is there. You could just go there and, you could look for a demo or something, or, you could just ask for the details. But I can tell you, Raviji, these tools are worth it. These tools are worth it.
All these tools are user-based or something like that?
I think so. It is user-based. It is user-based. It is
user-based price.
For user-based. Yeah. Maybe for the LAN version, they'll be providing some kind of, I don't know, some benefits. Okay.
Server is, and also additional user base, maybe pricing it a little bit lower, but I think.
So maybe say for that you'll have to check exactly with the concerned company, which is there. So probably you could talk to them that, for multi-users, they give some kind of, or for some kind of groups, they are willing to offer some kind of benefits. So
Mandit sir, can you stop this share screening so that we can accommodate the person?
I'll do that, sure. Okay, friends, was a wonderful interacting with you all. And I wish to thank the Vijayawada branch for this wonderful opportunity to interact with you all. And I believe perhaps this session we have taken would be of some use to you and maybe some learning for your tax audits and giving value to your clients. Because I always say, if you give value, you get value. So you give value to your clients, you'll be getting a better value. Okay. So that is from my side. On to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Really, it is a really value addition to this thing. Thanks to Murli sir for referring you to this session on this pious day of Golden Jubilee occasion. Excel as a tax audit tool in this thing. Really, as our Sikasa chairman Ravi Kishore sir is telling that we never heard of these tools which are very, very user friendly, and we can wait and see that the costing factor so that some persons together can take it, or even the branch, if it is affordable, they can take it, and then if it is useful to the members at large, we can take the services of that particular tools also. Thank you, sir, for the value addition and for gracing the occasion and making us very lively session. Thank you. And as a formal and customary, I request our Secretary Shrita Shireen ma'am to propose formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of Managing Committee of Vijayawada branch of SIRC, I extend very hearty vote of thanks to all the proud past chairmen for sharing their memories, sacrifices, and achievements and motivating us to serve the branch. And I thank today's resource person, CM Manmeet Singh Mehta, for exploring on various techniques in Excel and various other audit tools like ECAT, TCAT, and MDA tools, which will be useful in conducting tax audits. Sir, I also listened these terms for the first time. And your commendable subject and vast experience in technology would have definitely benefited our members a lot. Due to virtual meeting only, we got the opportunity to listen the theory and practice what we have learned at the same time, which is not possible in the physical meetings. On this factor only, we are planning to conduct more and more programs on technology for the benefit of members and students. So, sir, we will approach you for the further programs also. Definitely, we should do the same. Thank you so much. And I request all the members to join for national conference under the name of Swarnodaya, which will be held from 2nd and 5th September. It's your time to make our branch to stand high by having more attendance. And finally, I would like to express my sincere thanks to our esteemed members for joining to the Golden Jubilee celebrations and making it grand success. Thank you, one and all. With this, the program is concluded. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, one and all.